All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Tammy Limmer, President of the Haslett Board of Education, and I will call to order the July 27th, 2020 Board of Education meeting. If you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. We have a crowd this evening. Sorry we're not able to see you all in person. I'm going to start the agenda by recognizing Secretary Wheeler to share written correspondence the board has received recently.
Yes, thank you, Tammy. We have received, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we've received written correspondence, emails from Ms. Judith Berry and Alicia Deshevsky, Jason Kilday, Mr. and Mrs. Paula and Janelle Rollins, and Patty McPhee. They are all parents of students in the district, expressing their interest in whether school should be remote, or we should have face-to-face instruction, or given a choice for families for instruction. So we received those letters from these parents of the school district, and hopefully our discussion tonight will lead to some resolution of where we're going to move forward.
Thank you. I don't know if you mentioned, I believe we also received communication from a Michael Church.
Oh, Michael Church, okay.
Great, thank you. So we will move into the public comment portion of the agenda, and this is the portion of the agenda for members of the public to address questions or comments to the board. As noted on the agenda, this is a meeting of the Board of Education for the purpose of conducting business of the district. It is not considered a public interactive discussion. Each individual wishing to speak will be allowed up to 5 minutes for your comments. The board will listen and take comments and questions under advisement. Board members will not be responding to individual comments. That would have been true if we were in person or virtual format. As presiding officer, I will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. That being said, I anticipate that many of this evening's comments or questions will relate to the district's reopening plans. I hope that most of those questions, including the questions we received via letters from concerned community members, will be addressed during the discussion portion of our agenda this evening. And it may be possible that the discussion will generate additional follow-up questions. However, once the public comment period is closed, and once everyone wishing to speak has had the opportunity to do so, the public comment period will close, and we will move directly into the superintendent's report and the remainder of the agenda. Questions from the public that may arise following the public comment period should be directed to Superintendent Cook and or individual building principals as appropriate. Finally, and again, this is standard operating procedure. This would be the case if we were in person. Finally, because we are navigating the challenges of meeting remotely, I beg your patience and understanding. This is the primary agenda topic for this evening is one of the most difficult issues to ever come before any Board of Education. Unlike an in-meeting person, when we have a physical queue and I can see who's coming up next and how many remaining speakers we have, I'm relying on our behind-the-scenes Zoom administrators to help me recognize and manage the speakers. Because of the size of the group and because of security precautions to avoid disruptions, all microphones will be muted until a speaker is recognized. Ideally, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. If you click the participants icon, it's the little image with the little people and the numbers next to it, You click that icon to pull up the participants list, and you'll see a raise hand button to the bottom right of that list of participants. So I will be watching for those hands, and I see people are already jumping into the queue, and that's wonderful. For individuals who are calling in and may not have access to that participant list, there's a couple things we're going to do to accommodate that. First, if you have internet access but just haven't, or I should say if you have email access but just haven't been able to log in via Zoom, you're invited to send an email to the following address: webmaster, WEBMASTER, at haslett.k12.mi.us. I will repeat that again: webmaster at haslett.k12.mi.us. And Jeff Casson, our technology director, will be monitoring that email, and he will make sure you get recognized to speak. And worst case scenario, we will do a quick double check. It doesn't look like there are too many folks on just via telephone, so that's helpful. But again, we want to make every possible attempt to be as accommodating as possible. So I will double check and see if there are any phone numbers that haven't checked in, and see if they want to comment this evening. So with all that said, I want to thank you all for your commitment and support of public schools. And I am going to go ahead and start recognizing the names. And some are not going to be complete names, so you're going to have to bear with me. When I say a name of someone whose hand is raised, Mr. Casson is going to, I'm sorry, when your name is called, we ask you to click the unmute button, or you may not even have to do this, but there will be a pop-up box that says host would like to unmute you. If you don't see that, you may see a second pop-up that says the host is not, oh, excuse me. I did that in reverse. My apologies. Let me start over. When your name is called, if you tried to click the unmute button, a box will pop up that says the host is not allowing participants to unmute. You can go ahead and hit OK to that box. But when Mr. Casson hears me say your name, he should be able to activate the feature, and you will see the message that says host would like to unmute you. When you see that message, you can click yes or OK. Then you will be live, and your mic will be open, and it will be time for your comments. My last remark as we prepare for our public comments is just a reminder, as noted on the agenda, that the time limit for individual comments, so each person is allowed no more than 5 minutes. So we will be monitoring that time as well. And we know we all have a lot to talk and share this evening. So if you don't feel the need to take the full 5 minutes, we appreciate that. But we will have to cut you off at that 5 minutes. And that is also standard protocol for our meetings. So again, thank you for your patience. I'm showing County Commissioner Emily Stivers has her hand up to speak for public comment. Mr. Casson. Okay, there we go. Commissioner Stivers, welcome to the Haslett Board of Education meeting.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly here. I'm Ingham County Commissioner representing most of the Haslett School District, at least for Meridian Township, and I also have a student entering the Haslett Public Schools this year. I'm here to encourage the district to go all virtual, at least for the first marking period of the 2020 to 21 school year. This is following the lead of the Lansing schools, and a number of other districts in the area that have already made this decision. I think it's the prudent choice. I think the county is going to continue doing remote meetings for a long time. And from everything I'm hearing from the Ingham County Health Department and seeing the uptick of numbers with the COVID-19 virus, I think this is the prudent decision, and I strongly encourage the school board to at least start us out fully virtual. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stivers. Next, I'm showing Alicia Dashevsky.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
We can. Welcome to Haslett Board of Education.
Hi, thank you for allowing me a few minutes to just ask a couple of questions. My son is going to be an 8th grader this year at the middle school. If the school decides to do virtual for the first marking period, I'm curious how that's going to affect their specials class like band. Additionally, I have a stepson that's in the marching band, so it would follow with that question too. Will marching band go on if it's not safe to be in the classroom? Will it be safe to participate in marching band? That's about it. And I'm just encouraging you to have us virtual for the first marking period and reevaluate. Our kids and staff are important, so their health counts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. If you're all set, we'll move on to the next name I'm showing says Jeff's iPad with a hand raised.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith. I just retired from Haslett High School and I've been there for 19 years. And I just wanted to come in as a parent of a daughter who will be a junior this upcoming school year. Our other children have graduated. As someone who both knows the inside workings of the school district and is still highly engaged as an educator, I just wanted to share concerns for both students and staff if we start out with anything other than virtual or online education. I think there's a lot of unknowns still out there. The details of how to manage kids safely with social distancing and sanitation and staff and time periods is just, it's a troubling and challenging situation. I know administration and staff are working really hard to try to come up with ideas and a game plan that's going to work. But I think looking at the lead of Lansing and Holt and East Lansing and Okemos and Waverly now locally that are at least starting out for the first month and in some cases the first term virtually, it just seems like a prudent step for the safety of all. The children in the district's care, certainly our family with our daughter, for the staff that are involved, and it gives time to evaluate circumstances as they unfold. It gives the district a chance to look at what is going on in some districts that maybe do a hybrid or a face-to-face. We also live in a community with MSU nearby, and that brings in a lot of concerns when we think about like the Harper's Bar situation here back in June. So just wanted to kind of come in, say thank you for all the hard work that everyone is doing on the community's behalf, and just voice our opinion as a family that we really do feel the safest approach is starting virtually online and assessing as we move forward. And we appreciate you hearing our concerns today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We have next in the queue, Anthony Graybosch.
Hi.
Good evening.
Oh, great. So I have a daughter in the Haslett public school system, and then another daughter who hopefully will participate in a couple of years. And like many people I see online, been participating in the chat on the Facebook group about this issue, and just a few comments. So one, I mean, with any decision like this, someone is not going to get what they want. And so if, for argument's sake, the decision is to keep the schools closed for in-person contact, I certainly hope whatever concerns would make somebody want virtual school participation, want in-person school would be addressed. My daughter over the summer did a virtual math class. It's pretty good. And certainly the staff who are running it have been awesome. But the product was created ahead of time, and I think it wasn't intended for a world where everyone is going to school virtually. So I hope that the district and maybe in collaboration with Okemos will put something together that's a really good product if that's the route we go. The second thing is, I mean, so the chance and risk is a funny thing to think about, and it's not a medical question, it's a math question. And the way the math works out is that at the macroscopic level, real probabilities are either 1 or 0. There's nothing of chance in a coin flip. Because if you had enough information, you would know ahead of time what would happen. What do we know? I mean, we know some people have this thing, and we know that it can be spread. We know that the range on it from a cough or sneeze may actually be a lot higher than 6 feet. So in terms of avoiding a single person dying as a result of the board's decision, there really is only one correct choice, which is don't open for in-person school. And so if that ends up being the correct choice, great. If that ends up not being the choice that the board makes, I mean, I would pick it, but I would be afraid of somebody sneezing on me. So, I mean, I'll just care for my family. But you will be raising people's risks. And I guess the last comment is I look at how this process is run. Okay, there was a survey. That's great. It went to people who have kids in the school. The vast majority of tax money from the school comes from parents, from people who don't have children currently in the school. And those people are affected by this decision because if the school opens in person, whether now or next quarter or after a vaccine, a good one exists, you move their risk profile. In the world where we can have Zoom meetings and send emails and stuff, I just wonder whether for both sides, this decision could have been a bit more, this process could have been a bit more inclusive of all people who have a stake in it. And those are my comments. And I would just say, if we do end up not having in-person school, I certainly hope anyone that was hoping for in-person school get something else as compensation, some extra attention, whatever it is that made the risk seem palatable to them. I hope they get something that addresses that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have next a Dave Betton.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes, welcome.
Yeah, hi, this is Dave Betton with my wife Beth. We're parents of 3 children in the Haslett school system, and we're voicing strong support for the option of full or at least part-time in-person schooling. Our perspective is unique as both parents and healthcare providers. My wife is a nurse and I'm a physician. I'm an emergency physician that works with both children and adults at the largest local hospital here and sees a lot of patients with COVID. I've seen about 25 to 30 patients with COVID, and these have all been adults. The medical literature clearly supports the fact that COVID virus causes very few children to become seriously ill. In fact, children make up less than 1 in 1,000 deaths from COVID. And while COVID certainly seems to be worse than seasonal influenza in older people, the disease that children are reported to have with COVID is overall very much less intense. In the pediatric emergency department where I work, I've yet to see a child or adolescent with COVID, but what I do see, and what's extremely alarming to myself and should be to you, is a dramatic increase I've noticed in children presenting with severe depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and suicide attempts. In late May, early June, I had several parents of these children who were brought to the hospital comment to me that their children seem lost without the structure and purpose that school provides. They're emotionally falling apart due to the lack of social interaction with their peers, teachers, coaches, and instructors that in-person school provides. The void created with no in-person school for this particular group of individuals has an enormous impact on their overall well-being. And I believe this holds true for many of our kids, even if they don't come to the point where they require professional psychiatric care. The importance of the social and emotional development that in-person school provides, I don't think can be overstated. So again, the risk of severe disease from COVID in children is not 0, but it is very, very low. The greater risk in my mind is that significant damage we're doing to the emotional well-being of our children and missed learning opportunities they receive through a lack of in-person education. So to the teachers, I understand that they're no longer children or adolescents. Their risks of becoming symptomatic from COVID certainly is greater should they become infected. Still, the vast majority of adults who catch COVID are never hospitalized and describe their illness as flu-like in nature. Somebody had brought up the bar situation in East Lansing where 135 people are infected at Harper's. I don't believe any of those people are actually hospitalized. Most are asymptomatic or somewhere. Myself and other physicians and nurses with whom I work in the ED have been testing negative for COVID virus for the last 3-4 months. This is 150 to 200 people taking care of COVID patients on a routine basis who have not contracted COVID. Simply put, wearing a mask, washing our hands has prevented us from picking up this disease, even when we're around people that actually have COVID. So board members, I ask you to be bold and make your decision based upon science and expert recommendations and not based upon information put out there on the internet and other social media platforms by concerned and well-intended minority of parents. You've been given full support by the CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, and by state public officials to make the right decision. The medical literature is also consistent in that children are at low risk of getting sick. And I believe that 75% of the Haslett student parents who answered the survey asking if they wanted kids back in school, they lean towards having their kids back in school. Just lastly, going to finish up. I truly believe if we decide to not open schools at this time and put this off until the COVID virus is no longer with us, we are in my mind undoubtedly looking at that we are having no in-person education for the entirety of the school year. This virus will not be gone by September or December. It's probably not going to be gone by next spring, and potentially it's going to be around even until next summer. And I really don't think when our school is to be closed for an entire year. If this is the case and no classroom learning takes place, I can tell you with certainty that the short and long-term damage you are doing to the Haslett kids by not having them in the classroom learning will be much greater than if you had them return to school. Thank you, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'm showing Kenya Saccone.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Batten, for bringing up your points there. The point that I wanted to bring up is the importance that while we're dealing with COVID, we're also dealing with another very major problem in our school district, and that is the lack of understanding and mutual respect for cultural differences. All of you guys have already seen in the news the disproportionate number of people that get killed from police violence and other things. But the biggest issue is the lack of understanding and mutual respect for cultural differences. And so the Haslett students have spoken, and very nicely the board has heard them. We hope that as moving forward through the school year that we will see more work being done, that Haslett Public Schools will actually put forth a memorandum of action, just as the Lansing School District has, to help with reflecting diversity in its administration and educators, to help with improving the rules and the curriculum, to help address the understanding and mutual respect for cultural differences. The objectives of the Haslett Voices of Change are to educate, equip, and empower. And so we want to educate regarding responsible use of freedom of speech. We need to equip educators and students with skills to address common scenarios of microaggressions. Students, have voiced many examples of hardships that they endure while in the Haslett Public School system, like many others. But we need to empower these students to be able to report and expect responses so that there are appropriate consequences for discriminatory behavior and language. So hopefully as we're moving forward with this new situation of homeschooling, we can see that this is vitally important as people generally get their behaviors from home. And so we need to help with incorporating lessons that will help to minimize this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm showing just a first name, Stacy. Is Stacy ready to speak with a public comment, Mr. Casson?
Yes, she is ready, but no response.
I'm showing she might still be muted.
She would have to unmute herself at this point.
So participant Stacy, you should be seeing a box that says host would like to unmute you. You'll need to click on that. There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now. You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay, to keep this short. My name is Stacy Camp. I'm the parent of two children, one that's supposed to enter 5th grade and one that's supposed to enter 3rd grade here in Haslett. I'm a professor, a mom, and a volunteer contact tracer for the state of Michigan. And I just wanted to echo the comments that we really need to have a 100% virtual option for children, especially those children that are in homes where there are people who are immunocompromised. I think this is an absolute requirement for the fall. And then the final thing I wanted to say is I'm really concerned about what I've heard a rumor that a lot of Haslett teachers have retired out of fear of going back into the classroom this fall. And I would like how the school is going to address the substantial.
We may have just lost Stacy. If Stacy comes back in, I'm happy to reauthorize her because clearly she was in the middle of her comments. But in the meantime, I'm showing the next name is Kristen Kilday.
Hi, my name is Kristen Kilday. I am a mother of a rising 6th and 9th grader in Haslett Public Schools. The reason I wanted to speak today was just to encourage the board to consider allowing options for parents. This is a very difficult decision, I think, for all families. And as we look at the option of online, that might be suitable for some families. I'd also like to highly encourage the board to look at the option of some sort of part-time or full-time in-person. I again want to speak, like another person that spoke to, the mental health of students. In the April edition of JAMA Pediatrics Monthly Journal, which is a peer-reviewed journal, it was reported that 13.2% of all adolescents receive some form of mental health services. Of those 13.2%, 57% of them receive a portion within the school, and 35% of them receive their services fully from school without outside services. So besides just looking at an academic, I hope and encourage you to look at the whole child, both their mental and academic health, and encourage you to be a leader in our area and set forth a good precedence of giving choices to our parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm showing Danielle Torres. Welcome, Danielle. It looks like you are unmuted, but we can't hear you. I don't know if you have a mute function on your computer as well. Maybe your microphone is off. Danielle Torres, can you hear us? Okay, I am gonna move on, but maybe we'll leave Danielle open, and when the next person goes, Danielle can loop back in. So after that, I'm showing the next person, it's Kelly Oldham. I'm showing Kelly should also now be unmuted. Is anybody else hearing Kelly? Can people still hear me? We get nods or thumbs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm showing Kelly is now muted again. Did we want to try to give Kelly another chance? Kelly, I'm showing you're unmuted. Fortunately, I'm not hearing Kelly. She's muted again. We'll move on to Michelle Harden and hopefully be able to loop back to Danielle and Kelly. Michelle Harden.
Yes, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, okay.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much. I see so many of our wonderful teachers in their participant list, and we love you, we miss you, and with all of us, really, and I can't even imagine what you guys are trying to go through with your family and your career. I have a total of 4 children in 3 different schools in the district and 2 working parents. My husband and I both work not very traditional jobs with not very traditional hours. So theoretically speaking, we should be the ones that are most for in-person schooling. And we did decide that whatever the district offers, we are going to go ahead and send our kids for whatever is offered. But I think the problem is for the mental health issues, our kids aren't really going to go back to normal. I think they're missing structure. And I think that it's hard to anticipate exactly what mental health issues our kids are going to have, because for some of the kids, sorry, I'm trying to get away from my barking dogs here. For some of our kids, it might be possible that the anxiety of actually being physically present in a school might actually make things a little bit worse. Unfortunately, it's just something that we won't know until it actually happens. I would encourage the district to make a decision soon, just so we can start to put in that structure for our children, because again, I think what our children are, at least my children are mostly looking for is structure and planning. And the sooner that we can do that, I think would be better. What I am personally afraid of is that we're going to make plans for in-person, and a week or 2 before the start date, it's all going to be online anyway. So if we can make a decision with some forethought and give us a chance to plan, that way we try to avoid any kind of last minute decisions a week or 2 before school starts, say if we do slip back into phase 3. And as a working parent, if that does happen, I know a lot of parents were hoping for almost like an online school day with live instruction. And I would just like to suggest that if it does come to online instruction, that we not have a set schedule for our children. Again, my husband and I, we work non-traditional hours, and it's going to be very difficult to get 4 kids in front of a computer screen or tablet screen at a specific time for a specific classroom environment, you know, for a set amount of days. My kids were doing their homework at 9 o'clock at night, quite a few days, you know, in May and June. And I think that just about wraps it up for me. And again, thank you so much, guys. We appreciate you. And we'll just wait to hear.
Thank you very much, Michelle. The next name I'm showing, it's Todd K.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much. The issues you're grappling with are very robust. I appreciate all of you. We can be a bit of a bombastic family to grapple with at times, and we really do appreciate you. I'd like to echo the sentiments of the doctor. One of the things that you rarely hear in this debate are people who say, I have seen the data, I have read the data, I know the data. So during the doctor's comments, I forwarded to you the CDC data, which illustrates roughly since February 26 deaths of children out of 73 million people, 73 million kids. It's statistically a non-event. Psychologically propaganda, it's over the top. I hope you guys consider opening schools and offering an option for the families who need to stay home to stay home. One of the things that I see on your forefront, if you don't open schools, you'll have to deal with the argument of a no child left behind problem facing the families who do not have the means to sit and make sure their students keep up with the curriculum at home. Single parents, dual income with no ability to shepherd the kids through, 3rd graders, 4th graders, they're going to fall behind. We have a son who was in 8th grade. We were very fortunate to have the ability to flex time and help him stay up on the curriculum when it was literally a checkbox effort to hit whatever the requirements were, and that was impossible. I mean, it just doesn't work. There's a need for teachers. There's a need for kids to be in the classroom. There's the need for the structure. And, you know, I hope you guys are able to balance it all. Thank you for the time, and good luck. We'll still love you no matter what you pick.
Thank you. And I should have asked you to introduce yourself, sir. What is your last name?
Krajniak, Krajniak.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, I'm showing Jeff Ackerman. Jeff Ackerman, you should be getting a pop-up box from the host. There we go.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So I will be brief. I was not planning on speaking and I took some notes. So couple of things I wanted to mention. Oh, I'm a parent. I have a daughter who just finished kindergarten online in the spring. So we're headed to first grade. I know it was mentioned that other Ingham County schools have opted to go online. I just want to make sure we think about what's best for our district, not base our decision on what's best for other schools. Ingham County has zip code level data on cases. If you look, they post it between Monday and Friday, they posted updated thing. Our school districts have a total of somewhere between 20 and 30 cases. They post them in ranges. So that's since March and includes all ages. Again, that's 30 cases in 4 months or so. Far fewer than the other districts we're discussing. And I do mostly, I think it's fair to ask, if we're not ready to open them now, what are the criteria? Because if the criteria is for it to be 0 for an extended period of time, I just wish we would sort of announce that. Next one is sort of about younger students. So again, my oldest is in first grade, so I'm sort of biased in this. Younger students are shown to be considerably less likely to spread the virus. Obviously, as it was mentioned by the doctor, they're less likely to have it and have symptoms. They're also less likely to spread it. There's also good reason to think that younger students are the ones who are less able to learn virtually. I think anyone who had a kindergarten or first grader in the spring would I would guess have similar feelings. For that reason, I think there's possibly some reason to consider having younger students in person and older students online, just as sort of possible. Overall, I'm sort of a nerd who's read a lot about this. Foreign countries have started reopening their schools. There's been mostly positive, I would say. For the ones that have seen outbreaks, they've typically been ones with fewer precautions in place. I believe Israel has seen some outbreaks, and there's a general consensus they did not have as much. They did not do it with many precautions or involve all older students. So a lot of them have involved high schoolers. I guess overall, one of the things I wrote down is that I kind of wish that the frame of mind had been 2 months ago from everyone on down, including the governor. I'm not letting a single person eat in a restaurant until I feel like I can get my kids back in school. And I don't know that that's been the case. And I just sort of wish we were all of a mindset of school is so important. We're going to do whatever we can to get people in it. And I guess the last question I had was, I got the survey about which option you have. And I was hoping that we would get some more options on what the virtual options, or more information on what those virtual options will look like in terms of, will our student be assigned a teacher? How do we try to, I understand that last spring was a very ad hoc and in a hurry, and I hope that the fall is a little more planned if it does have to be fully virtual. Thank you for your time, and thanks for everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm showing Michelle White.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you, welcome.
Thank you. I actually don't have an opinion whether we open or not, and I appreciate the gravity of the decision the board needs to make. Like Dave Bedden, I'm very concerned about isolation and mental health services, not only for the kids, but for the families and parents. We have a lot of families with full-time working parents and employers that may not be understanding. So I think support services is going to be critical for online learning. I ask that maybe the board works with the community and employers of the community, and maybe setting up study labs where perhaps kids can go to work with their parents in a large conference room. I've heard and seen it done, but unless the community comes together for online learning, there's going to be very serious side effects. Kids being left home alone, stressed out parents losing their tempers. It's very real considerations. As for the current cases of COVID in Ingham County, there are many. If MSU goes back full-time in September, that's another consideration. I don't think we can consider the numbers today to be the same numbers as tomorrow. There's a lot of wheels turning here, but I think this has to be a community decision with as many employers out there can get on board with the school district, and perhaps put together a task force to work with employers to help their employees. And thank you very much. That's it. Oh, sorry, one more thing. Time is of the essence. I mean, people have to scramble at this point in time. So please, if you're going to make a decision, make it within the week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm showing Waters N1. If you could introduce yourself, please, once you're unmuted.
Yes, hi, my name is Nicole Waters. I have one son that just graduated from Haslett. I have a second son who will begin his junior year in the fall. Thank you for taking the time and allowing everyone to make comment. I know everyone feels strongly one way or the other. I do appreciate this tough decision that you're faced with, and I can only speculate how much of back and forth you've gone and much of the considerations you have to deal with. I just want to take a few minutes to say that I agree with Dr. Benton in his assessment, and I appreciate that he presented hard data from the scientific community. I also want to say that I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Ackerman and how he presented his information, and he actually spoke on much of what I was going to say, and that I look every day at the Ingham County Health Department data. That data, I look at % of positive tests by day, and it has been less than 5% since I think it was April 30th. No more than 5% of tests were positive in Ingham County. I also look at the number or the % of cases in the 0 to 9 age range and the 10 to 19 age range. And those numbers have not moved in weeks and weeks. And so I think that if we were going to make a decision, it should be data driven. And I am 100% in favor of opening schools up and having a traditional school day. There can be safety measures put in place that I think people would be willing to follow. I also want to say that if we have to compromise on a hybrid model, that maybe we can think a little bit outside of the box and consider certain grades being in the buildings more often and having that face-to-face instruction, and some grades less often. So for instance, my son who will begin his junior year, I think most people will agree that that's an extremely important year in high school. Lots of AP courses, AP exams. They start visiting colleges, apply to colleges, SATs, all of that. So the junior year is more important actually than the senior year, where most seniors are in the building for one class, say a math credit. So maybe shifting schedules based on grade and not doing an all or nothing for the entire district is something that might help keep numbers down in buildings. So once again, I follow the data. I hope that the board will commit to being data driven and keep emotions from the decision. And we go to face-to-face instruction. Thanks for your time.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Waters. Next, I'm showing a first name, Melissa.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, thanks. And could you share your name with us, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Melissa Rosenberg, and I'm a pediatric infectious disease physician at MSU and Sparrow Hospital. How are you today? I am also the mother of 2 children in the Haslett School District, one who is entering 1st grade and one who is a rising 5th grader. I sent an email to Dr. Cook today, to Superintendent Cook, excuse me, today regarding this issue. I do not think it got to him in time for this meeting. If you don't mind, I will summarize my thoughts as quickly as I can. Just to speak to a couple of points that the people today have brought up on this meeting that raise a little concern to me is first, regarding the issue of testing in Ingham County and the numbers, you do need to realize that children in general are not being universally tested when they have any symptoms. So these numbers are not completely correct. So the Ingham County numbers, please look at them with a bit of a wary eye. What I'd like to speak to today is that, number one, I am voting for virtual school no matter what the Haslett School District decides. That's what my children will be doing this year. However, as a physician in this community, I am concerned regarding the infectious burden in Michigan. Obviously, it has decreased since the beginning of this pandemic, as Dr. Bedden has brought up, but there are still a high number of cases reported daily. In addition, the argument that children, especially young children, are not as likely to spread the disease or get seriously ill from COVID is not one we feel should really be a deciding factor. First, we really don't know how many children would have gotten infected or ill had the schools not closed when they did. I give credit to Governor Whitmer for that, although I don't like to speak regarding politics. In this case, I do give Governor Whitmer credit. We also have seen children throughout Michigan, especially in Detroit, afflicted with a multi-system inflammatory disorder. These children have been severely ill with a poorly understood condition linked to COVID. Luckily, at Sparrow Hospital in our community, we haven't seen any children with this multi-system inflammatory disorder, but I have been on phone calls with physicians in Detroit who have seen over 30 cases. Lastly, until the adults in this community universally practice safe social distancing practices, our children remain at risk. Respiratory viral season, including flu, is quickly approaching. The symptoms of COVID and many of these illnesses overlap, and it will be impossible to differentiate them without testing. The test itself is uncomfortable, can take days to sometimes a week to come back. The timing of testing and the collection is also can affect the validity of those results. Children will have to be excluded from school based on their symptoms, and this will cause the closing of their classrooms. The reverse is also true. Say a teacher comes in with symptoms, that teacher will then have to get quarantined, as will people in her classroom. This will likely result in mass absenteeism, and I am concerned that there'll be little in-person learning. I also realize that school is not only about the acquisition of knowledge, and I agree with everything some of these parents are saying regarding the social and emotional well-being of their children. Of course, I understand that. The social distancing measures that would need to take place make peer interactions impossible at this time, just like some of these other parents have pointed out. They will not be able to eat lunch together. They won't be able to play at recess together. They won't be able to work on projects together. It's hard to imagine, but it is the reality of life during this pandemic. The standards of learning set forth by the state, I know that is another concern, that parents are worried that their children won't meet these standards. I'm not sure how important those standards really are. We will see what our children do virtually this year, and we'll see how they succeed. I also realize that there are children who have special needs, parents who can afford to not work while schooling their children, children who need school for food and safety. My family is privileged in the fact that we have two parents who we are both physicians. We can flex our schedules a little bit. It is certainly hurting our family as well, but I know that there are parents and children who are going to be affected way more than my family is, and I cannot imagine the decisions that you have to make regarding logistics and issues regarding this decision. I cannot imagine them. However, I would like you to please think about this. I am concerned about the fact that we are talking about in-person schooling with, quote, feasible social distancing, masks that we expect children to wear all day, which I'm not sure how feasible that is, and the reliance of self-reporting of symptoms. This is a major concern that I have, and I do not think schools will be open for long in that scenario. I have many teacher friends, both inside Haslett and outside Haslett, who have raised concern about this. It is very different being a teacher in these schools without personal protective equipment and being a physician in a hospital with personal protective equipment. What will this mean for this faculty and staff, as well as for the students of Haslett School District? I urge you to think about this when you are making your decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Looks like we're going to give Danielle Torres another chance. Hoping she can get unmuted this time. Danielle?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay! Sorry, I was on my phone before, so I apologize for you guys having to wait for me before.
That's okay. Glad you made it on.
First, I just want to say I don't envy you guys for having to make this decision. I know it must be very difficult, and with our world being so divided on this issue, it's a tough one. And so I thank you for taking the time to listen and make this decision. I have 2 children in the district. I have one entering Haslett High School as a freshman, and I have a daughter with special needs who is going to be a senior this year. And I guess what I would ask is that if you are going to give choices, if you could just explain at least what each of those choices would look like so that we can make an informed decision for our children. I guess I lean more towards online, but I do understand the things that they're saying about mental health, especially with our kids with special needs. I think this is very difficult for them. But then I also see the other side that a lot of our children that have special needs are also in a higher risk category. So I don't know that I would say, even with mental health concerns, that I would feel comfortable sending her back to school for that reason. But I guess I would just ask that when you're making this decision, that you think about all of the kids in the district, including the ones that have special needs, and how these decisions may affect them, and maybe try to think of some creative ways that we can make this work for them too. And I guess that's all I really have to say. I just want to think of all the kids and not just some of them, and have the information we need to make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm showing Chip Taunt.
Good evening. Thanks again for taking the time. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I spoke at the last school board meeting. I'm a physician, parent of 3 Haslett school students. And at the last meeting, you all probably remember that we had put together a physician panel, or at least offered to, of 12 committed Haslett parent physicians to try to advise the school board and Haslett Public Schools as to this issue. I think that was at least 6 weeks ago. We unfortunately were not engaged by Haslett Public Schools or the school board to provide any scientific information as to how to try to move forward in this issue. I trust that you've all got excellent advisors, but I hope that people have not used the hysterical press, social media, and all the non-scientific avenues that are available out there to ultimately make decisions. You know, the American Association of Pediatricians, together with the CDC, has come back again and again over the past 2 months to suggest that in the risk-benefit ratio of evaluating the benefit of face-to-face school versus the risk of face-to-face school, that for a healthy child with a normal immune system, that the benefit of face-to-face schooling outweighed the risk of either getting sick or, God forbid, dying from COVID. And I know that's hard for parents and teachers to accept because they have fear, but the fear is not usually rooted in the scientific data that we have. It's rooted in case examples, but case examples are not useful. There's no N on the other side. Look at the number of hospitalized children with COVID in our community. It's like 0. Look at the number of symptomatic people currently who have positive tests. It's usually less than single-digit %. The other ones are positive because they've been contact traced from contacts and they have COVID in their nasopharynx, but they don't have symptoms. There really should be some kind of face-to-face option for students and parents who choose it, for all the reasons that the science has suggested are reasonable. There's no doubt in my mind some students should not go back to face-to-face school, and they shouldn't be mandated to do so because of either their anxiety levels or their ultimate health and immune system are not good candidates for doing that. And those parents know who those children are, and just let them have an option to go to the online academy or whatever is the appropriate decision for the school district to do that. But for the majority of the kids who are out there, their immune systems are fine and they will be fine. And all the data suggests that that's the case. And for the majority of teachers, the same holds. And for a few teachers, they shouldn't be there. And for those teachers, they should have an option. But I think it's a terrible mistake to relegate all of the student in Haslett schools education to online. It's not going to be a fraction as effective. It's not going to provide social outlets. It's not going to provide nutritional outlets. It's not going to provide athletic outlets. It's not as good of an education. Little kids don't know how to learn online. It takes years to learn how to learn online. So I implore you all to try to look at the science that's out there, to be objective, to not live in fear, and to give some people who are appropriate candidates, families and their children, an option for face-to-face learning this upcoming year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm showing Kelly Oldham is back in the queue, hoping we can get her online. Kelly, it looks like you're now unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, great. Hey, I'd like to thank you guys for giving everybody the opportunity to speak today. I think this is a good outlet. I too, like so many other parents, work in the healthcare field in our community, and I thank Chip for going right before me because I echo his sentiments around the fact that I think there needs to be a choice. I absolutely think that for the parents who feel like they would like to keep their kids home, that is ultimately their choice, and that's great. But I do think that there is a lot of data out there. There are a lot of studies show that for children, especially elementary age, being in school, the learning is much better. The ability to actually sit with a teacher who is educated in that field to teach our children is imperative, because not all of us are in that position to be able to educate our children in the way that they need to, and our teachers are the ones out there that absolutely are the heroes able to do that. So I just wanted to take a minute to voice my opinion about the fact that I think there needs to be a choice. I respect any parent that wants to keep their children home, and I think that's absolutely their right to make that choice. But I think for the parents that would like to see their children back in school, that there needs to be some sort of option to get our children back in school. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm showing Rachel Sestak. I hope that's how you pronounce it.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I have just a couple comments that I wanted to make listening this evening. The first is, I understand that a lot of people are speaking to the mental health of our kids, and no one is really speaking to the mental health of our teachers and staff. I think that this should be a concern, and we need to be a support for them. I also understand that the concern over the mental health for our older students, I do understand that. I understand the social interaction that the kids get from middle school and high school. However, I disagree that it will be better for the mental health of the younger kids. It will not be face-to-face learning, as some people are saying. It will be this weird interaction that they will be having with their peers and with their teachers. No hugs, no partner work, no carpet learning. We took some time, as I hope that some of these other parents have done, to talk to our third grader about some of her concerns. And she was okay with being able to see her friends online, as long as she was able to still Zoom and have contact with them. It was a much bigger concern for us than it actually was for her once we spoke with her about it. Also, I think it's important to note, as long as there's no quarantine, there's no reason that our kids have to be in isolation. They just won't be in school. They can still be in contact with other students and other people. They just won't be in the school building. As a parent of Rallia Eagles, last year, especially for the entire district and also for our school, was a really tough year with a lot of loss. I am concerned about our students. I'm concerned about the community. If we are putting them in a vulnerable position to have more loss put on their plate this year. Another point is parents unfortunately send their kids to school sick, and some of these parents can't find childcare or don't have childcare. They are not able to work from home, and that is understandable, and I understand and feel for them in this position. However, people that don't have childcare are still not going to have childcare if their child has COVID or tests positive, or if someone in their family tests positive, and they're still going to send their kids to school. I wish it was different. I wish that people saw a bigger picture in a lot of these circumstances, but I don't think that they do. And I'm concerned about that happening as well. The last thing, we have lots of school of choice kids at Haslett, as well as teachers that live outside of the district. So the Haslett only stats, I don't feel really apply to this conversation. And again, we thank you for all the work and understand that this is kind of a lose-lose situation for you, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Showing the next person, first name Sergey, or I'm assuming that's a first name. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Sergey Dashevsky, and I apologize for not being very well prepared. I wasn't gonna speak, but my kid actually asked me to speak on his behalf. I have a kid in high school and one kid in Murphy, and I have two points. One of them is I very much understand the point of that a lot of parents made about potential mental health issues that can arise from kids being cooped up at home. I understand and appreciate it. What worries me on the same page is potential mental problems that can arise from kids going to school during a pandemic. Some of the younger kids might not understand why they can't hug their friends or their teachers, why they have to wear masks and wash hands continuously. Some of the older children might be concerned about going to school during pandemic because they do understand what's going on, whether it's true or not, but their mental health kind of depends on it. The other point that I was going to make is I've noticed that well before all this wonderfulness has started, quite a few parents, I wouldn't say majority, but a lot of parents would send their kids to school not following guidelines of you have to be symptom-free for 24 hours, so on and so forth. I've heard a lot of kids saying that I'm really tired in school today because I was puking all night with a fever, but parents had to go to work, so here I am. So from that perspective, it worries me how many kids are gonna go to school because they don't really have another choice, but they do have some sort of symptoms. So those 2 points being said, I would really hope to see kids go to school once it is there's more predictable certainty to their safety. So based on that, I would really like the schools to fully open after a couple months of remote learning. That way it would give us a choice, or the district a choice, to learn on mistakes made by other schools rather than learning on our own mistakes. And if we end up wasting those 2 months, so to speak, studying from home, it's not a permanent solution. It would be literally just to be able to adjust the plans based on reality as it unfolds in other areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Showing next in the queue, it's just Garci, G-A-R-C-I. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Lisa Garcia. I teach 5th grade at Ralia. I've taught for 31 years, the last 20 of which have been in Haslett. And I just want to first of all say that regardless of whether we're online or in person, that I know Haslett teachers are going to make sure that kids get the very best that they can get. But I do feel that there is more to our education than just the learning. And I know that last spring when we were working on doing things online, how many kids just said how much they missed a schedule, how much they missed having a routine and being with their classmates. And it was just a much harder situation than I think people thought it would be for kids. My concern about starting the school year online is that it's hard to know how to best accommodate a child when you don't spend time with that child to know what their strengths are, what are their learning styles, what's the best way to accommodate them when I am doing a lesson online just for the majority of kids. I think that we're missing out on a lot of what kids need. And I don't think that it almost ends up feeling like a one-size-fits-all education when you're online. I think that there's just a huge piece that we are missing. And I just appreciated the physician's comments about kids tend to not be carriers, passing on the virus. And I'm just hoping that if at a very minimum, that online will maybe be an option for some, but that the majority of kids can get back in school and back to a routine. I understand that some kids are scared. That's our job to teach them. That's our job at home to teach them so that they understand. That's our job at school to teach them. I have seen kids that are facing a lot of trauma, and one of the best ways that they can deal with that is a normal routine. Getting back to school, getting back into a normal routine is one way that really helps kids deal with the crises that are going on around them. So I just want to say that, first of all, your kids are going to get a great education regardless of what we do. But I'm hoping that that'll be in person. That's all.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing, let's see, Tricia is next. And if you could share your name with us.
Can you hear me?
I can. Hi.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tricia Zeman. I have 2 kids in the Haslett district. I have a child who's going into 4th grade and a child who's going into 6th grade. I also work in Holt. I've been a teacher for 18 years and I'm an instructional coach. So I've heard a lot of things that I want to comment on today. Obviously, first and foremost, this is a very tough decision. I do not envy where you guys are at. I think that if we could be back in the position we were in before, that's what everyone would want, is a typical, school day face-to-face. But I think that both of the options are pretty grim. And so it's kind of like you just have to pick one. And I understand the tough dilemma that you're in. I am hearing a lot about the social, emotional aspect of kids and what they're going through. And I completely empathize with that. But I want to piggyback on what Rachel said, that I don't think being face-to-face is going to afford our kids the social emotional experiences that they need and want, because they are going to be wearing masks, they are going to be 6 feet apart, and it won't be like it was before. So I think we have to remind ourselves that what they're going back into the classroom is not going to be what they went to school for before. It's going to look completely different this year. And so I would choose virtual learning. And I just have some comments about that. I know that the spring, it was rushed. We did not have time to prepare. It was new experiences for teachers, technology-wise, curriculum-wise. But I want us to think about, if we do go virtually, what that will look like in Haslett. I've worked with lots of neighboring districts. As I said, I work in Holt. I have friends in East Lansing and Okemos, and they are planning for rigorous instruction, live teaching, feedback to students, which is not the experience my kids had with online learning. And as an instructional coach, being able to watch teachers who provided live teaching, the kids were much more engaged. They were much more interactive. They had that social time with their friends. They had that connection with their teachers. They were given feedback, they were given opportunities to redo things, and they were much more motivated to attend and be in those. I also heard the concerns about having those live teaching sessions if you're a working parent and getting your child on there. And I understand that. So I think there could be multiple opportunities for sessions at different times. It doesn't mean your whole class has to get on at a certain time. You know, you could offer 2 to 3 times, and small groups could come in when it works for them. It doesn't have to be a one and done. We know that the research shows that social learning, discussion, feedback, kids understanding where they are, what they're understanding, is been proven for kids to be higher achievers and to be more successful. So I think that if they have those opportunities in those live teaching sessions, discussions with their teachers, it'll be much more powerful than just watching a pre-made video and then doing an assignment, because I can speak from experience that my kids were not very motivated. They did it, but there wasn't a lot of incentive because there was no face-to-face conversations with their teachers about how they were doing, or to ask questions except for in a chat, which you might not get back right away. Just speaking about those neighboring districts, you know, I know that we are a competitive district, and I would expect for us to have high expectations just as they are. And I really urge you to think about that if you're making a decision for virtual teaching. As I've seen and witnessed, much more achievement, positive energy from kids, much more motivation. And I think that's what we want for our kids, is to have a successful, positive experience. We want them to feel good. You know, we're concerned about their social well-being, and the more face-to-face they can have, the better it's going to be for them if they are not in a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I'm showing Rachel Hansen.
Okay, thank you. It was nice to hear from a few teachers, and my name is Rachel Hansen. I work for a sightless school. I meet with families that are under me monthly and look at the work they're doing and help them order curriculum, all sorts of stuff. So online can look like a stale, watch a video, answer some multiple choice questions, and be done. Or it can look like what my going into second grade daughter's teacher did. She's on here, I won't mention her name, but she was awesome with all of the technology that she used in the classroom. It merged right out into virtual. The kids felt included. They had work they got to do that was at their level. She was able to meet with them and talk with them and encourage them and just carry on. So I know that teachers are able to do that. If you wanted to have it where a family needed to watch it later at night, when you have your live class with your classroom, you record it and offer that recording to the students at a later time. Regarding the data that we were talking about, the scientific data regarding children getting COVID or not, there really isn't much data for us, because kids have been not at the park, not at the pool, not at church, not at YMCA, not at school. There's just not a lot of data that's actual data for kids right now. All we have to look at are the schools opening up in Denmark or the school opening up in Israel, and things they were having successes with and things they did not have success with. I think we need to look at the teachers and staff. It's not just children and teens at the school. There are other adults who could very easily get the COVID-19, and what happens then? My biggest worry is if we open up, someone gets it, and we have to isolate again. Then we go back, then we isolate, then we go back, then we isolate. I find that that would be much more disruptive to somebody's work schedule and to a family and to a child trying to switch back and forth from school to home. And I know people say that no one has it here, but my daughter and my son's sports for Haslett High School were canceled this week due to a middle school football team someone tested positive. So it is in our community, and that's what it did to sports. So what would it do to the classroom? Special ed, the special ed laws stay, whether you're at home or whether you're at school, those laws still stand. In our school, we meet via Zoom for all IEPs, all 504s, and then their special services that they receive are either one-to-one with their special ed teacher or small group, just like in a classroom. And that works for most. So yes, the last thing I was going to ask, if we are virtual clubs, do children who are virtual get to participate in the things that the kids at school would be participating in via like Zoom or some other online something or other? Like my daughter in middle school is in many clubs. If she were to be at home, would they still be doing clubs? Could she still participate? Those are some things that I had questions about. And yes, oh, one more thing. With the teachers, my middle school student, she wanted to make sure that she could ask questions during the lessons. So that would be a live that we could record and someone else could watch later. But also, if the beginning of the school is a crucial time for kids to meet their teacher and the kids in their class, because everyone will be in new classes. And I think that having those live meetings with the classes are important, but also the teachers meeting with families individually would also be important, at least at the beginning of school or maybe once a month. Sorry, teachers, to put something else on you, but I think that that would be a way to really bring people together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Showing a Chris, first name Chris. Well, actually, I guess I don't know if that's a first name.
Hi, thank you. My name's Chris Waters, and I have a senior in the class, or a senior in the class of 2020, and 2 more kids in the Haslett school system. And I'm also a professor of microbiology at Michigan State University. And I wanted to comment on both the health and education aspects of this decision. I know it's a very difficult decision for everybody, but I first wanted to say that I agree with Dr. Rosenbrook and the previous speaker about the danger of opening up school with this virus, because the reality is, from a scientific standpoint, there are many more questions than answers regarding COVID-19. There's many things that we do not understand at a scientific level. For example, for many months we heard that children cannot transmit the virus, but a recent study from South Korea that looked at 65,000 patients found that children aged 10 to 19 can transmit just as effectively as adults. And this was a big surprise to everybody, and it illustrates how little we know. An article in CNN this morning showed that in Florida, there are 303 kids in the hospital right now. So what we're hearing from people about kids can't get serious infections is just not true. And that is without school. So what's going to happen once school opens? And then the other thing that I want to point out, which the previous speaker did, is the current data on kids is not really relevant because the schools have not been open. So we just don't know what's going to happen if we open schools. And the other point is, it's not just about deaths, but there's many complications from this virus. There's neurological disorders, there's autoimmune disorders, there's blood clotting disorders, and we have no understanding of that on a scientific level. We don't understand how the virus is causing these things at all. So even if children are not dying from this, there could be long-term consequences that, you know, we can't anticipate right now. And then, as others have mentioned, there's a big danger to the staff. So for these reasons, I think at this time, and I'm not saying this, you know, for the whole school year, but at this time, I think it's a big risk to open up the schools. And my children are going to be learning from home regardless of what decision the board makes. And then I'll just really briefly comment on the education question, because I'm an educator myself. I teach Michigan State students, and we made the decision a month ago that my class would go online, and that's been very helpful to me because over the entire summer I've been able to transition my class from in person to online, which is a huge task. So I think if we give Haslett teachers the time to do this, they'll be able to set up a much more effective learning environment than we had in the spring that can provide some of the structure that I think is really important. So I would urge the board to make a decision to move to online as soon as possible for health reasons, and also to give teachers a chance to really start to develop these courses, and we can reassess to see if that's the right decision down the road. So thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. Next up, I'm showing Jennifer Tubbs.
Hi there. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have a couple of concerns. I'd like to echo what I've already heard online, because one of my biggest concerns was the fact that we don't really have data on the younger kids because they've all been home. They've all been home since March. I think it's also important for us to consider when we are looking at data and only using Ingham County that we are right on the border of Clinton County. And as a parent in the school district, also an essential worker, married to an essential worker, who's watching the data very closely, Clinton County has been exponentially going up for the last 6 weeks. So we know that the virus is on the rise in the community. I have a couple of concerns. One is that we talk a lot about their mental health of our kids. I have a child going into the 1st grade and one going into the 3rd grade. And I also have a Michigan State sophomore who has already made the decision to be home after realizing that going back on campus, life as she knew it was going to be very different. And that is my concern for the young ones. It is going to be very hard for my younger children to be in class and be wearing a mask and socially distancing from each other and not being able to, touch or, play ball or whatever those restrictions are going to be. It's going to look very different, and it's not going to be the way they remember. And I worry about the impact and the social impact that will have for the kids when they realize time is not as fluid for them, and that this is now the way school looks. And now there's going to be resistance to going to school and wearing a hot mask all day. I also have a lot of concern for our teachers. What kind of PPE is going to be provided to the teachers? What kind of disinfectant procedure are they going to have? What's going to happen when our teacher gets sick and now you're trying to find someone to replace them? And so there's lots of change and turmoil that's going to happen besides just the fact that we are no longer in class, or we are in class. I worry about when you think about the teacher, in my opinion, the teacher shortage out there, and the substitute shortage out there, we could be having even more turnover with them in class than a consistent learning environment online. We will be choosing online this fall. We were very lucky to have 2 fantastic Haslett teachers last year who made the best of online, and my children loved it and flourished through it. And in fact, we've kept them going all summer long because of the fact that we were anticipating that this was going to be the fall, and we didn't want them to come back with something so strange, like now we're going to go back to school online. But I understand the food insecurities and other things that our kids are facing, but in this time, this time of uncertainty, where the data really isn't complete, and it isn't fair to use data against data when it's not a complete data set, that we think of our teachers, we think of our community, and we think of our kids first, and we go with the online option until it is safe for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Sonia Lurch.
So I work at Raleigh. I'm in the office. I've been on the Ingham County Operations Committee this summer, working through hopefully a lot of the questions that people have posed on here today. And I feel for you having to make this decision. I'm not sure that anyone is going to be happy with it, or everyone, with whatever you do. With that said, boy, I'd love to see some sort of a choice. That way people can pick whatever they're comfortable with. I respect everything that, you know, people have said here today. I love what Dr. Taunt said, and the Bettons. I know them from Raleigh when they went through. I would certainly welcome the opportunity, if you're still on here and listening, to go through some of the protocols that we have looked at, and get your perspective as a physician, to look at some of that. I also have a nephew at Raleigh in the special need classroom. I can speak for his parents and grandparents. He lives with his grandparents and his mom. And I can speak for them that they need him to be in school. He cannot learn via Zoom. The best was given in the spring, and he was engaging somewhat, but boy, he has really regressed over the summer. They said that if there is no in-person component, that they're going to have to hire someone to come in to teach him face-to-face. He cannot do the online version, so it doesn't work for everybody. So I beg you to have a choice. Everyone that's not comfortable coming back to school, stay virtual, and guess what? The classroom sizes are going to be smaller. That's going to help out with some other concerns that we as the operations committee looked at. And you know, there's going to be hiccups. There's going to be someone that gets exposed. There's going to be testing necessary, and there will have protocols in place. We can look at PPE, we can look at all of those things, all of those questions, and if the decision is made quickly, hopefully this week, we can move forward. And there may be a time where we have to, even if we do both, we have virtual and we have in person, that it may not be safe to be in class for a little bit. We can do it. Haslett teachers, Haslett staff, they work hard and they are brilliant and they can do it. So I'm glad I'm not in your shoes having to make this decision, but as an aunt of a child that needs to be in school, and as a secretary office administrator, as an administrative assistant, I'm comfortable being there. I will care for your children. I will make sure that they're safe when they come into school as best I can. I will take their temperatures, and you know, I will do it. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it to make it as safe as environment as it can. So thank you.
Thank you. Eric, last initial B.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you. I'm Dr. Eric Burling. I work at Michigan State University. I have a student in the Haslett school system. I know several teachers and staff. And the teachers that I know in the Haslett district are phenomenal. They bend over backwards for their students. And they are going to do that, whether it's online or virtual, sort of face-to-face, regardless of the platform. They will do their best to give the students a proper education. So I kind of, going late in the process, just want to emphasize some great points that were made already. So for instance, Rachel noting that, you know, this isn't going to be a return to normalcy. For the kids that go to school, they're not going to be face-to-face. They'll be mask to mask. Things will be different. There'll be all sorts of new rules and regulations to learn. I think that's going to put a lot of anxiety in a lot of kids, especially if they see every other major district in the city not going to school, right? It's not safe enough for East Lansing kids to go to school. It's not safe enough for Ann Arbor kids to go to school. It's not safe enough for Grand Rapids kids to go to school. So Haslett's going to have to do a very good job, if there's a face-to-face option, of accounting for that exceptionalism. Why is Haslett able to do this so much more safely than all the other districts? Why can you go to school for 8 hours, but you can't go to a movie theater for an hour and a half? mean, that exceptionalism is going to have to be really accounted for, I think, if for no other reason than to make the students that are there feel a lot better about being there. So a return to normalcy, I think, is a tricky thing to appeal to in this kind of case. Also, I want to emphasize the point that's been made by a lot of others, including Chris, about the fact that we really don't have good data about kids. And the little bit of data we do have about kids is full of unknowns and is not relevant to a situation where we have kids in school for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, multiple days a week. We don't know what that's going to look like. We do know, for instance, that a lot of summer camps that have been allowing their kids to gather in other states have had to shut down for outbreaks. So Camp Judson in South Dakota had to close. Conocook Camp in Missouri had a 31-point prevention and precaution plan. They were very sort of studious on this, and they had to close after 80 campers got sick. I know YMCA in Metro Atlanta in Georgia had 1/5, almost 18% of their kids test positive, age 7 to 14. We know kids can test positive. We know kids can spread it. We don't know the exact numbers on that, but those uncertainties are things to sort of be mindful of. And I'll echo the point that it's not just about fatality rate. I think we fixate on that, but there's so many other unknowns and costs to positive tests. I mean, maybe Haslett can open and children won't have any fatalities, right? Heaven forbid. But there will probably be positive tests, and that's going to require quarantining entire classrooms, maybe entire buildings for 14 days. And then we're back to sort of online anyways, with having sort of put people at risk. So I urge the board to take into mind some of those points that have already been made by others. Thank you.
Thank you. Trisha Bird, you're up next.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak. And I have to say, I too wasn't planning on speaking, but I wanted to echo some comments, and there have been a lot of people that have made a lot of great points. And I know that this decision is not easy. And I think there are a lot of emotions involved in it, obviously, of course, whenever our children are involved. But, you know, I read this morning that child hospitalizations from COVID-19 have surged to 23% in Florida. I'm grateful that that's not happening here, but my concern is that we don't know enough for it to not happen here. And, you know, that's my concern, that it could happen in the near future. I'm also hoping that the teacher's perspective has been taken into consideration for this. What about those that have autoimmune disorders or who care for those who do? What happens when a child or teacher or a parent tests positive? Does the whole class need to quarantine for 10 days? How much disruption and ostracization could that cause? And we all know COVID's impacting everyone everywhere in the world. Why do we have to rush to get kids back in when we don't necessarily know what cost this will have on the health of those we love, both our students and our teachers? And there is a viable option for them to learn safely. My ask is that we go virtual for the first couple of months, just like Okemos, East Lansing, and many other communities, and reassess. Again, I know this isn't an easy decision, but thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, Janet McFarland.
Hi.
Good
Can
evening.
you hear me? Hi.
Yes, please.
I am a parent of 3 children, one who graduated, one who graduated this year, and one who's entering high school. One thing I've been seeing lacking in this discussion is about the hybrid option that was put on the questionnaire. That appealed to me for various reasons, because I feel like virtual learning can be great and you can do a lot with it, but there's that lack of engagement that occurs, perhaps because I have teenagers now. I see it a little bit more. And I was wondering what the plan was if Haslett decided to do a hybrid option, and maybe it's not all or nothing, virtual or face-to-face. Maybe there's something in between that could happen. We are going to probably lose some great things like choir and band without a hybrid option, which is sad, because, you know, having had children go through that program, it will be hard to see it not happen again. So I guess I just want to see a little bit more fleshed out, and maybe see more people consider that maybe there's something in between this virtual option and this face-to-face option. And I hope that maybe, even if it doesn't happen right away, maybe down the line, as things change, we could see something like that occur. That's about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next up, Nathaniel Holcomb. Nathaniel James Holcomb.
Hi, I appreciate everybody's time this evening. I'm Jim Holcomb. I have a son who just graduated. I have a daughter who's a rising senior. I think first, it's a testament to the community, all the comments tonight, very well spoken, thoughtful, and I appreciate that everybody's coming here, even though it's an emotional topic, and we aren't becoming argumentative as a community. So that's a testament to everybody here. I'm a strong proponent of face-to-face learning, but understanding that not everybody is as comfortable as I am. I'm a strong supporter of an option, and I hope that that decision will be fully considered by the board. As you look forward, I ask only that you look at the data. There's been a lot of good points raised tonight, but I come from a perspective, I've worked in public policy development my entire adult life. You never know all the unknowns, and at some point you have to make decisions not based on fear, but just the information before you. So I thank you for your time tonight, for your consideration of the issues, and hopefully that our children will have an option to be face-to-face for those who are supportive of that.
Thank you very much. Showing David Rothstein, I apologize. I'm showing, there we go.
Sorry, I tried to unmute myself, didn't realize, and I ended up muting myself. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments. A lot of things have been said. I'll just add a few things and echo a few comments. I hope that I hope the board recognizes that a full normal face-to-face option is a non-starter. I think if we know anything at this point, it's that if we try to lead our normal lives, the virus spreads rapidly, hospitals fill up, people start dying. We saw it in Wuhan, in northern Italy, in Spain, New York City, Detroit, and it's happening now in Florida, Texas, and Arizona. So, and I think our low numbers here reflect the stay-at-home order, mask order, the fact that the schools have been closed, the fact that MSU is virtually shut down. I work at MSU. MSU is bringing back 30,000 undergrads in the fall, so we know there's going to be more virus circulating. I definitely recognize people's concerns. I know Sonia Lurch from my kids being at Raleigh, and I definitely appreciate those concerns, especially about students with special needs. So I would really encourage the board to explore these hybrid options and do it in a strategic way in order to do our part for public health. Because if we do whatever face-to-face options we have here, there's virus circulating in the community, in the state, in the country, and the more interactions, the more we're gonna spread it. So to do it in a strategic way that's really gonna emphasize the students who are going to be the most negatively impacted by online instruction. So whether it's the special needs students, the younger kids, I would echo Janet McFarland's comments. I was intrigued by the hybrid box that you guys had in the survey. That's what you didn't give us a choice between that and the full on one, so I ended up checking that. I would really like to see what that ends up being. I also want to echo that I think this concept, this idea that kids don't transmit the virus, if anyone is saying that, that has not at all been shown. We just don't have the data for that. And there's plenty of data that show that they do, but really it just hasn't been studied because this is new. And the last thing I would say is, the concern is not just for the children, it's for the staff, it's for the teachers, it's for the parents and the grandparents. It's for the whole community and for the state. And so we know the more of these kind of social interactions that we ramp up, we know we're gonna increase the spread of the virus in the community. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I'm showing a PJ Prevo.
Hello, yes, Jamie Prevo. I'm using my son's account. I wanted to just, Stacy Camp got cut off in the middle. She has bad internet. One of her remaining, I guess, comments was it'd be helpful for all of us to know how many teachers have retired because of this, and if there has been retirements, what is the plan to replace? I'd say for myself, I think there's been a lot of great comments. Obviously there's a lot of different, thoughts, and it's nice to hear everybody's opinion. But I think for us, we don't feel that there's been enough information on what some of the information or what some of the options would entail. I think we have a concern, if I read correctly, the district is going to have parents self-report. And I know of bigger districts that are going back to school and they actually will be taking temperature. So it would be good to know why the district chose that. I think for us, we were interested, in the hybrid. We'd obviously like to do the full, back to school, but since it's not going to look the same as it did in February, it is going to be challenging. And we were considering the hybrid, but, we have friends that are, on various points of the spectrum of, where their comfort level is. But I'm grateful that they're all considerate of, making sure that they're not exposing other people. But I have seen some comments where people are clearly not, practicing social distancing for their kids. And given that the data is not 100% on whether kids can pass it, the data's too new, and even if the data is low, it's not 100% that kids don't pass it on. And given that there are, people in the higher risk category, that these kids could later expose themselves to at a grocery store or, even at home, we're choosing, virtual. So it'd be helpful to, just hear more about the options. If we do ever do a hybrid, what is the switch if we ever have to go to virtual? We hope that we don't have to have a choice of fully in person. I think that would be a challenge. As one of the other commenters said, that the numbers today aren't the numbers tomorrow, and there's just, the whole pandemic is still so new. They're still doing lots of studying. I want to also comment on what another commenter said, that support is necessary for families, that, whether we start in person or hybrid or virtual, there's going to need a support system, and there needs to be a task force. I really liked her idea on that, and I think it's important. I know when we went March to June, we were very fortunate with a great teacher. We did Zoom meetings. They were large, just because it was a full class size. And another friend commented that 10 people in a Zoom would be better, and even less would be better. The case method that a lot of schools use have groups of 4 or 5. And, I know when my son used Google Classroom, the kids were discouraged from communicating with each other. They just wanted them to talk about, the classwork. And I understand that part of the academics, but kids need to socialize, whether that's hybrid, virtual, or in person, because it's not going to look the same as February. So, if kids with similar, if things can be put out for kids with similar interests to do Zoom and just, that meeting of other kids, that would be, I think, one helpful thing. But that's something a task force would help with. I think that's that. I know I have other comments, but I'll keep it short and just stick with those. So thank you for listening, and thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'm showing a Rhonda.
Okay. Hi, I'm a single mom of a special needs child, and she's going into the 3rd grade. I am also an essential worker in a large retail chain that deals with the public all day long. First, I want to say that I don't think that there's any real good decision to be made or any perfect decision to be made, I should say. None of this is easy. And one thing, you know, learning, being an essential worker in the retail chain, we have learned to be flexible, go with the flow, and come up with solutions as we go. I do want to point out that since March, we have only had 2 cases in our store during this entire crisis. One of which was a worker that recovered very quickly, and she's doing awesome. And I was the other case. So I wanted to give my firsthand account of that, because we've all heard the saying, he who owns the data owns the graphs. And there's many reports of overinflated statistics out there that nobody knows what to believe anymore. So I just want to encourage you to listen to firsthand accounts and not what you hear on the news or what's being reported, because there's a lot of things that, you know, we've kind of been, I hate to say the term, jerked all over the place, but we don't know what to believe anymore. So, but I just wanted to share my story really quick. And I'm in the high risk category. I have asthma, and I was very sick all winter long. When I caught COVID early on during this crisis, I had it for 26 days. I was bedridden most of the time. I fought for my life. I chose not to go to the hospital, but I recovered. I'm doing well. This is not to help, you know, instill fear in anybody. This is actually the opposite. I was home alone, or not alone. Actually, there were 2 other people here in my household. My daughter and the other person did catch a very, very mild form of it. They felt unwell for 3 days, and they developed an immunity to it, and they did fantastically the whole time. So the reason why I'm saying this is to help ease your fears that it is okay. You will not die. People develop an immunity to it, and it's a very, very small percentage of people who actually die from it. I had a hard time breathing even before all of this happened, and I fully recovered. So there is hope. We can get past all of this. Today, I wanted to advocate on behalf of the special needs children that are out there, and also for those who are struggling financially, that are essential workers, that they have to go to work. They cannot work from home. I believe all workers are essential to our economy. So I want to make that note. But the ones who go to work, who have to work in person, cannot just stay home and homeschool. I had the privilege of my daughter's father being able to homeschool her while she was sick. She was at the end of 2nd grade, did not know all of her alphabet, could not make all the letter sounds. She wasn't able to count all the way to 10. It's been a struggle for years and years. She's been in school for 4 years. Within the first 2 to 3 weeks of him working one-on-one with her in a homeschool setting, she was able to read a book. She is now able to do sight words. So the homeschooling experience has been an awesome one. However, financially, it's really gotten to the point where he just needs to return to work. But we have, despite what other districts are doing, we have a special situation here in Haslett that even before all of this crisis, we had a daycare shortage in our community. Now we have even more daycares that are shutting down. So there is a daycare shortage right now for people to be able to return to their normal jobs and be able to, we don't have that freedom to be able to homeschool.
Rhonda, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're approaching your 5 minutes, so I wanted to give you an opportunity to close out your thoughts, and I
Sure.
appreciate you sharing your personal story.
Okay, so what I wanted to propose is that if you do decide to go online, it does save tax dollars. I would like to propose that you would help out the special needs students by refunding back to them some of the federal dollars, and also refunding to those families who are essential workers, who do have to go to work, who are financially challenged, to refund back some of those tax dollars to them to be able to afford private care for those who need it, and the special tutoring that the special needs needs.
Thank you very much for that proposal, and appreciate your time. Sorry that we have our time limit. Next person up, Sarah Hunt.
Hello, everybody. I am Sarah Hunt. I am a second grade teacher at Ralia. I just finished my second year there. This will be my 6th year teaching. So to put it out there in all transparency, I am a newer teacher. I'm in my late 20s. I do not have children. I do not have anyone living with me at my home that I might put at risk. However, I understand the fact that if I were to get COVID, I would most likely be okay. I would make it through. However, I have a 93-year-old grandfather. I have older parents, and I have a 9-month-old nephew that I would refuse to see if I were to have to go back and teach in the fall. I would refuse to see them because I refuse to be the reason that their life might be put at risk. I had a great uncle that was already lost to our family by this virus earlier in the spring. And I'm thinking about how our community lost some amazing people at the beginning of the year and how hard we were hit with that grief, and just can't imagine what trauma could further hit our students and our faculty and our community if, heaven forbid, a student or a teacher or staff member were to get sick or die. So that's been going through my head. I think about, the spring virtual format. I was worried when the survey went out if parents would think just of virtual as what it was in the spring, because that was a Band-Aid. It was something that was there to be quickly put in place when we initially thought that it would only be a month, that we would be back to school after spring break. That was, the honeymoon idea, that thought that we would be back. And I wanted to see my children. I wanted to see my students again, but that wasn't feasible. As a master in educational technology from MSU, I know that we can do better. Like I said, that was a Band-Aid. There are options, and I'm thankful to have been on a committee last week talking about our technology options and working through what would be the best experience for our students. So we're doing the things, and I appreciate the work that we have been doing as a district. I volunteer myself to help my coworkers when they're struggling. And so I know that with our amazing tech team that we can figure this out. I know that if we were to go virtual, which is what I truly and honestly hope for, even though I want to see my new students in the fall and I want to see their faces and I want to make those connections and become the class family that every year my Hunt Hawks are, I know that it's not worth their lives or mine to be in that in person. If we're given the opportunity to go virtual, I know that teachers would rise up and figure out how to actually plan. It would not look like it did in the spring. We would have it figured out. We are an amazing staff and an amazing community, and I'm so thankful to be a teacher here. And I know that we could do great things and that it would be the best learning environment for our students. Going to hybrid or virtual, though, I think, if families were to get a choice, which I see both sides, I see how important it could be for some families to only be virtual because their students could be at risk or they have family members that could be at risk. I see the importance of that in-person learning. I, greeted my students with a fist bump, handshake, or a hug every morning, but that's not feasible. That community will never be the same during this COVID quarantine pandemic time. Hopefully someday I'll be able to do that again, but it's not going to happen right now. So how do we decide if we were to give families choice between hybrid and virtual? How do we decide the teachers that are put back into their classrooms? Do we, figure that out based on who would have the least risk? So that'd be me, because I'm the youngest. I don't have anybody else that I could contaminate with COVID. How do you figure that out? Do you ask for volunteers? It doesn't make sense to me.
And then there's, you know, where will we be getting the essential needs that we would need for our classrooms? We say we need Clorox wipes. You haven't been able to see Clorox wipes on the shelves for months. Who would be doing those cleanings? We have an amazing custodial staff, but they can't be everywhere every hour. Like it said that, you know, surfaces need to be wiped down every hour. That's not feasible. Do I do that then in between helping students do their work? Where would the money come to support all of those things? These are just some things that have been going through my mind. Again, I understand that this is an extremely difficult place to be put in. I look at the other districts around us, the district that I worked at previously, and see that they've made those decisions with heavy hearts as well. And I just hope that you're thinking about all of those things, not just the students, but also the staff health as well. And I appreciate the doctors and the physicians that have been able to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Hunter?
Hi, it's actually Laura Hunter. I'm using my computer. No, that's okay. There's no way you would know. I am speaking in some ways on behalf of a lot of the messages that I got from members of the community when this came up. I got a lot in my inbox. And so I told people that I wouldn't necessarily put my opinion, but the thing that concerns me, I do want to preface it with this, is that whatever decision we're making now, we're not making it for 2 months. This isn't, you know, as the doctors have said, this isn't going to go away. This is going to be here for a while. So the decision that we're making, we're going to be making that for a while. And my concern with all of this is that if we are looking at it as this is we're only going to be doing this for 2 months and we're going to be on virtual for 2 months or hybrid for 2 months, we're not making a proactive plan for the next 2 years, which is potentially a year or 2 years that this virus is going to be without in our community. The Band-Aid approach that happened over the spring, we can say it was a Band-Aid approach, but I had a senior who was impacted significantly by that Band-Aid approach. He was going to teacher friends in other states trying to get help with some of his classes. And so we have to do more than a Band-Aid approach. If we do go virtual, I would urge, stress, plead that we have a system more than what, and I know we've been assured that it's going to be a system that's that is not going to be what we saw in the spring, but we need not just it's not going to be, but we need a clear indication of what that plan is going to be. We have to have my daughter who's going into 10th grade is taking AP classes this year. And there's hard classes that she's taking. My younger daughter is going to be taking hard classes. They need the interactive learning. They need a live virtual. And so as I looked at the plans that have been put in place, we're talking about Holt School District, we're talking about Okemos School District, we're talking about East Lansing School District. Those are some of the ones, Lansing School District, that have already said what they're going to do. If we're going to use them as a model of what we should be doing, then we need to look at what they're doing for their learning as a model for what we're doing. And I'm hoping that, like as the Okemos School District has said, that they're going to be doing daily live learning. They're going to be doing small group learning. That's all part of their class. They're going to have social emotional things. That is important with this. And that's the thing. The other thing is, my younger daughter, what I saw most of all, this is some of the teachers who know her. She's the bright little butterfly, and she severely depressed as a result of being without her friends, being without interaction. And she went to the Zoom call. She was a part of that. She talked to her friends, but that face-to-face interaction, she knows that she's going to be in a mask or whatever, but there is a need for interaction. There's a need for emotional connection that's more than just a whole group Zoom learning. We need this as parents. We need this now, and that's that feedback and understanding of what's going to be happening and what it's going to look like, so we can prepare our kids. We need that as soon as possible, because we need to be able to answer and prepare our kids for what it's going to be. Whether it's face-to-face, hybrid. I love you know, we need to talk a little more about that possibility of hybrid or completely virtual. We need to be able to prepare. And there's parents who are looking, if we go virtual, they'll be pulling their kids out. If we go online, they'll be pulling their kids out. They need to be prepared so they can make those choices and changes if they choose to do that in that time frame. So thanks.
Thank you. I am showing that is everybody who has not had an opportunity to speak. I'm showing that Commissioner Stivers has her hand up, but because unfortunately you did already speak, I'm not able to recognize you again. In your situation, or for anyone else who did not speak this evening, either in terms of comments or questions, again, encourage you to continue to contact our administrators. And again, stay tuned because that was 2 hours that we normally have about 30 seconds of public comment at a normal Board of Education meeting. So thanks to everybody for your patience, your time, your commitment, sharing of information, sharing of opinions, etc. I am not showing any phone numbers that are not necessarily online, so I think we've solved that problem. What I would like to do is take a point of personal privilege and take a 5-minute stretch and personal needs break. And that would be, I'm showing, let's say it's 9:05 now, we'll reconvene at 9:10.
Thank you.
And thanks to everybody for your time this evening. And again, we've got a couple of announcements or superintendent's report, and then our discussion item will be what most of you are most interested in this evening.
So Andy got a call today from the company.
Someone is not muted.
Saying that they got a call from 2G on the executive.
Jeff, can you go ahead and mute everybody and then unmute us at 9:10? Thank you.
I'm back, barely. A bunch of people.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene, and it occurred to me that I did not actually do a roll call of board members, as has been our practice since we are meeting virtually. So my apologies. I am going to circle back and do that now. Let's see. Cammie Wheeler.
It doesn't look like she's back yet, Tammy.
Okay. Well, then we'll go to Molly Polverento.
I'm here. Sorry, the number inside the name.
Thank you. Karen East.
She's muted.
She's waving. She's present. Tracy Collins. Waving and present. Greg Michaud.
Here.
Present. I am Tammy Lemmer. Joshua Morey.
Here.
Present. And then do we have Cammie back yet?
She's waving but muted.
Okay, waving and present. All right, thank you very much. My apologies for missing that step at the beginning of the meeting. I'm glad you're all here, glad you're all back. We're gonna move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Lemmer. I just have a few items this evening. First of all, we are in the receipt of one staff retirement resignation from Myrtleys Bunker Shoemaker, kindergarten teacher at Wilkshire Early Childhood Center, effective July 24th, 2020. Myrt has served the district for 30 years, and we wish her the best in her retirement. And the second item is high school graduation plan. We now have a formal plan for our high school graduation, which is scheduled for August 9th from 10 until 1 in the afternoon. We now have comprised a drive-through / walk-through ceremony in the stadium in cohorts of students. And so we're very pleased to be able to offer at least some walk-through ceremony for our students. Thanks to the high school staff for putting that together and their team. There was a letter sent out to all parents, so if you did not get that, please contact the high school administration. Unfortunately, there will be no guests allowed in the stadium, but we will allow students and their families to walk across the middle field and receive their graduation diploma. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you very much. Do board members have any questions about the superintendent's report?
Amy?
Yep.
Steve, could you address the number of teacher retirements that we had?
Absolutely. So at this point, we are at 9. We had 2 that announced early on, and then we've had 7 since then. For the community, if you're not aware, we did a buyout plan for our teachers that was approved by the board. It was really in 2-part. One, that if we had to get into a situation where we potentially had to lay off teachers, that we did have the ability to have some retirements. So we're not anticipating any retirements at this point, and we have posted all of the positions that are currently going to be staffed for next year.
And I think in recent years, we've had more retirements than that. Seems like we've had a dozen or more teachers that we've needed to replace in some recent years.
Correct. It does vary from year to year.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, the point we've all been waiting for, Mr. Cook.
So everybody can see the screen, correct?
I think Tracy may have had a question.
Oh, sorry. Tracy, did you have a question?
Have to unmute her.
Yep, Jeff, can you unmute Tracy's iPhone, please? Or Steve, somebody?
There she is. Thank you. That's all I needed.
All right, now we're ready for our discussion item on the responsive return plan update.
So thank you, President Lemmer. So thanks you all for sticking around. I know that's been a long night, and unfortunately, we probably have a little longer night ahead of us. Tonight, both myself and Associate Superintendent Susan Gillings will be tag teaming and presenting to this report. And so I do want to say that there's a lot of information that we're going to be covering. There's a lot of details. We're going to try to be as specific as we can on some of those details, but some of the details we're still working through, as you can imagine. We will hope to have this presentation on the website tomorrow so that if you weren't able to get the information, that you'll have access to that. And please, if you have any questions, please continue to send those to both myself, Ms. Gillings, and our administrative team as we work through this process. We value your input and your suggestions. So a little of what we're going to do this evening is, first and foremost, we're going to go over the overview of how we got to where we're at right now, what that preparation looked like. And I do want to take a moment to thank our staff, our staff and our community for helping us putting this together. I know our administrative team and our teachers have put in countless hours over the last several months as we work through this process. Unfortunately, it's changing on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And so I just want to give a shout out to all of our staff who have spent countless hours helping us put this together, a lot on their own time. So we want to appreciate that. We're going to talk just briefly about the staff survey. We did a survey with our staff. We wanted to get their feedback. We also did a couple surveys, but most specifically the parent questionnaire and the data related to that. We're also going to talk about the Michigan Schools Return to School Roadmap, because that was really essential in putting our plan together. We are required to follow that plan, and depending upon what phase we are, that's basically how we set up this plan moving forward. And then we're also going to present what those learning plan options look like, and hopefully give you enough detail to be able to get a good understanding of what that looks like. As I mentioned before, we don't have all the details, but we're trying to work through those as we work through this process. So I'm going to turn this over, the next piece, to Ms. Gillings. So here we go.
So good evening, everyone. So our responsive return plan that we developed has kind of morphed through stages, and this slide just represents how we have been represented at different levels of committees, from the state level to Ingham ISD and to our own community. So we did have an administrator that sat on the team, Governor Whitmer's team for her Learning Advisory Council, and that team provided some feedback and suggestions to the governor, and then the governor was able to develop the Safe Schools Return to School roadmap. We had several staff members, administrators, teachers, faculty that sat on the Ingham ISD Education Reimagined team, and we had nice representation on a lot of committees. I think we hit every committee in that development process, and they have developed some supporting resources for districts to use in their planning, which we are and will be using, and that they've aligned some professional learning options for this summer for teachers to be a part of. So that's been helpful too as we plan moving forward. In our own district, we had our administrative team and then 3 subcommittees. Our subcommittees were based on operations, academics, and whole child, similar to the makeup of the subcommittees at the ISD level. And we had representation from teachers and staff members on those committees as well, and administrators. And then as Steve mentioned before, we did an employee survey, and we also did a parent survey to determine some of our next steps in the process as we developed our plan. You can go to the next one, Steve. Where we started, we developed what we queued as our district framework from the National Institute for Excellence in Teaching. It was their planning guide, and this was quite an extensive document. And we developed this planning guide that we are not going to go through, but we basically what this document entails is that based on 3 scenarios, fully in person with all students, a hybrid model, and a online model, what considerations you should think about as you develop your plans and move forward. So we took the national document and pared it down to the things that we thought were relevant to Haslett Public Schools and developed our own framework for guiding principles to keep in mind as we developed each level of our plan. This framework was used by each committee to talk through scenarios and make decisions about the various learning options that our students would have. We also, from that, we developed what we called our action plans or things to consider. This is just a sample of the action plan. This is the secondary action plan. So at the top, you will notice that we had scenario 1, which would be fully face-to-face, all students in our physical buildings. We had scenario 2, which is a hybrid model. Some students would be in the building and some students would be virtual, depending on the cohort that they were in the days of the week. And then we had a third scenario where a student might be fully online, doing online learning. That scenario would also be utilized if we decided not to return to any face-to-face instruction. So again, we took the considerations out of our framework document, and we talked about a variety of things. They're noted on the left under the components. Things like arrival. What do we do at arrival? What do we do at departure time? What do we do when students are using the restrooms in the building? What considerations do we need to take into consideration for disinfecting routines on a daily, hourly, weekly basis, depending on the location in the building and so forth. So there's several different categories that we considered for operations. And then Steve, if you continue to scroll down that document, things about hallway and passing and health screening, slow down a little bit, health screening and dismissal. So we had all these things to consider, and we've talked about at length about what does this look like at both the secondary level and the elementary level. We did it this way because we want to keep our buildings as consistent as possible. So we're keeping some standard guidelines for elementary buildings and some standard guidelines for secondary buildings. And then we will develop our building level plans once we get these guidelines firmed up, which should be this week. We're finishing up these documents this week. The second section of this document covers the academic portion of our planning. So keep going, Steve. Keep going. It's a very long document. I think it's 39 pages long. So just
there.
We talked about visitors and delivery and materials because those things will be important. In our academic plan, same concept. We have the 3 different scenarios that we are planning for so that we can cover all of our bases until we have decisions made and a way to move forward. But we also made a decision to develop all 3 plans so that we could move seamlessly between our plans as situations change or decisions are made to move in and out of these different frameworks. So again, with the academic piece, if you scroll down, Steve, we took into consideration, what types of materials do we need that are different. We've made some decisions already about going one-to-one with all of our students so that every student will have access to a device no matter what scenario that we're in. We've also talked about what do our textbook options look like as far as giving students their textbooks to take home, or what is that going to entail depending on what model that we are in. Keep scrolling, Steve. There's many considerations in this document. We talked about consistent practices between our departments and our grade levels. That has been a huge conversation with not only this committee, but at our administrative level, because as we've talked about the fact that the spring was a Band-Aid, we do realize and recognize that whatever components of our plan are online this fall, that there has to be rigor to it, and practices have to be more consistent so that it's easier for families to navigate no matter what grade level their student is in, and what that might look like. So we've developed some common protocols with like our Google Classroom and our Seesaw sites, so that no matter what classroom students are in, that things will look similar or the same. And we'll talk about that a little further along in the presentation. Keep scrolling, Steve. We also we're talking about what online platforms do we use, such as Google Classroom, such as other curricular components that could enhance our programming that we're going to offer online or in the classroom. Keep scrolling, Steve. And we've talked extensively about grading and attendance. We do realize that this fall, it needs to look more like a traditional concept of grading, feedback for students, and taking attendance under the guidelines for when students are online. There's still an attendance portion of what's called a seat time waiver that we have to not only follow the mandates for the pupil accounting log, but we also have to keep track of that. So, but we do realize that grading, it definitely has to be a component of this fall, and it needs to look as normal as possible in whatever setting that we're in. We've also talked about our students on IEPs and 504s, and making sure that we continue to keep those up to date and give them the best services that are possible in whatever environment that we land in, and as it ebbs and flows over the course of the year, to make sure that those students are always on our radar and make sure that they are getting the services that they need. No matter what their IEP states, we need to make sure that all of that is followed and complied with. So keep going, Steve. Progress monitoring assessment. This is a big part of our program anyway when we're in the normal school mode. So we are working very diligently to make sure that we have the resources and the tools that we're going to need to do this effectively, whether we're in the classroom or online. So we're exploring some different assessment options that some we already use, and some that we need to tweak to make them work better if we are, for example, online or in hybrid mode of some sort, so that we can make sure all of our students that fall in our MTSS programming get the services that they need at the level that they need. Keep going. And then the last thing on the academic team is that we again are leaning on the ISD for some of the resources that they've put together, but then also leaning on our own teams, because we, as been said a number of times today in the community comments, that we have an amazing staff that is working really hard, and they want to get this right, and we want to get this right. So we are putting together some of our own resources as well to make sure that we can provide the best education for our students no matter what format that we're in. So we're continuing to build our own database and using the ISD databases that they've supplied for the resources that we are planning to use. The final component of our plan is the whole child support plan. This has to do with all of the mental health pieces that we've talked about, not only for staff, or not only for students and families, but for our staff as well. And same thing, we used all three scenarios so that we can cover all these components as thoroughly as we possibly can, no matter what mode we're in. Talking about communication planning between home and school, that was a top priority for this group, to make sure that no matter what mode students are in, because there potentially could be options, to make sure that we can safely cover those and service our families to the highest level that we need to. Keep scrolling, Steve. And then this, we are talking about extracurricular activities, routines, and protocols. So what is that going to look like? Someone had mentioned in the public comment about our clubs and organizations, and we know that that is a key piece for students. So how do we engage them if we are fully online, and how do we make all that work? Athletics is sort of a piece of its own that we have to follow and comply with what MHSAA is mandating for us, but also what is safe for our students as well. So we got to tweak out some of these pieces a little bit more before we get, we're 100% on this part. We've talked about doing frequent student surveys and components of parent surveys, no matter what mode that we're in, just to keep a pulse on what's going on with our families and our students, depending on the mode that we're in, so that we can continuously adjust and monitor what we're doing to make it, again, the best fit for families and students. Keep scrolling, Steve. We've talked about involvement of our student leadership in decisions. So again, getting their input and feedback as we progress through any format that we decide to, or that, you know, we end up using. Trying to find new formats for things like class meetings so that we can continue to conduct sort of business as usual, no matter what format that, that our schools look like this fall. So trying to keep things as normal as possible for kids, regardless of the mode that we're in. Keep scrolling. We've talked a lot about at all different levels that our students are used to having routines and procedures in the building. So developing some new online videos that kids can use. If let's just use, for example, if we are fully online, what might it look like to have a schedule in your home, and how might you schedule your days so that you can be successful in school? Or if we're in hybrid mode, what do you do if things are different, and how do you manage those things while you're in school and maybe some of your friends or close confidants are not there? How do you manage those things? We've also talked about how are we going to do open houses and orientations in the fall, and we've talked about parent training and how do we better prepare our parents for any portion of school that may be online, because that seems to be the most foreign for everyone. So how do we educate our parents to use the platforms that we're using with their students so that there's more ease of understanding with some of those requirements and platforms that we'll use. So those are just a lot the areas that we've talked about as we've moved through this process. And again, we've had committees that have worked on these documents. We have one for the elementary level as well that looks similar, but fits their needs at those levels. And then these are guiding documents as we continue to plan for all of these areas, for all three models that we could potentially utilize throughout the school year. You can go down the next page. So options that were considered as we've done this planning is a full-time in-person instruction at all levels. We've talked about some different hybrid options, for example, like a half-day cohort versus full-day cohorts. Our full-day cohorts would probably go a couple days a week. We talked about half-day cohorts as well to see if we could make that work so that students could be seen in buildings 5 days a week for a half a day. We also considered full-time online instruction for students, and we also have considered full-time online instruction with in-person instruction for various groups. So if we could bring in small groups of students to service them, what might that look like, and how might we navigate that? So those were just things that we've considered as we've moved through our planning. Priorities for the fall instruction are the health and safety of our students and our staff, providing a rigorous and high quality instruction for all of our students, equity and access for all of our students, family preference of instructional delivery model, and teacher and staff preference of instructional delivery model as well. But the note on the bottom kind of says it all. It has become clearly obvious that we're not able to satisfy all of these priorities with a single model or with a combination of models. So again, we're trying to be as thoughtful in this process as we can, knowing that some areas have to take priority over other areas. We can't make everyone happy in this process, but we're doing the best that we can to try to meet the needs of all of our students and our staff and families.
So part of the next thing that we did is we did a survey to our staff. Our staff are important, and we want to make sure that we understand where they're at in this whole process and where their comfort levels are. So I just want to very quickly go through this data. I know it's kind of hard to see in this mode. When I put it in the presentation mode, unfortunately, it's harder to navigate, so I apologize it's not being that large. But essentially, this is the demographics of who answered the survey. We had 245 responses, which is a pretty good percentage, 80 to 90% of our staff. This is pretty much what it looks like in terms of the numbers and the amount of staff in each of these categories, teachers obviously being the largest, administrative assistants, pairs, and so on and so forth. So that kind of gives you a feel for who they are. We asked what best describes your feeling returning in person via the hybrid model. These numbers, obviously our staff are anxious or somewhat anxious about 70% of the time in this mode of delivery. When you move to going back in an online and distance environment, 100%, then those numbers change, and the level of anxiety and changes to about 32% overall when you look at all the categories combined. We also asked them what scenario they felt most comfortable with in returning into school. It's about 2/3, 1/3 online versus the hybrid model. We also asked them questions about if we were to return to school, what levels of mitigation strategies that we could provide to help them in that safety effort. Obviously, the PPE is very important. Placing students in cohorts, we've talked a little about that with regard to if we go into the hybrid model, and additional equipment that we would need to purchase if we go into some face-to-face model, whether that's hybrid or face-to-face. So we are going to provide our staff everything that we can in terms of the PPE equipment necessary if we have to bring staff back in any mode. What is the biggest challenge? Obviously, safety and security is number one. That's not a surprise. Almost 78% of our staff said that's their biggest concern. So we did also talk to our staff about the idea of delivering online instruction. A lot of our teachers are doing a really great job at this, and we've spent a lot of time over the last 4 years getting teachers familiar with the online platform and a lot of that virtual learning in your classroom. And so these are the numbers in terms of their confidence level, somewhat and definitely. Obviously, the somewhat category, we're going to have to do some professional development to get our teachers up to speed with some of that, but we're confident, as many of the teachers are confident, as mentioned in the past, that we have a great teaching staff, and we're confident that whatever online piece that we have to offer, that we'll be able to do that. We also asked about core subjects and level of comfort there, which is right around the same percentage when you add the somewhat and not at all in terms of those numbers. So then the next area that we did was look at parent-student survey data. Originally, we sent out a survey just to kind of get an overall. We didn't ask for individual choices in terms of what that looks like for the fall. We just wanted to get some numbers for planning. And then we actually looked at a more specific, where we asked parents to choose where they were at in terms of what they felt most comfortable for the student at this point, obviously for planning purposes, and determining whether we could do any form of face-to-face Monday through Friday would be dependent upon the numbers of parents that were actually interested in sending their students back. And so if you look at these district numbers overall, you're looking at about 2/3, 1/3 in terms of wanting some form of face-to-face hybrid versus 100% virtual. We also had an option of not returning to Haslett Public Schools just to see how many students, parents would potentially pull their students out. The participation numbers were very high, 85% participation, 1,744 families responded to the survey, which represents about 2,300 students in our district. So that's about 85% of our total numbers. As I mentioned, we tried to get this data because as we look at a potential hybrid or face-to-face, we needed to know what that looked like, because as you'll see in a few minutes, as we talk about the return roadmap that the governor put out, part of those safety requirements in there that we have to follow. And so obviously if we had a big cohort that wanted to come back, we were eventually probably going to have to land in the hybrid method, which is really where we're at this point based on the numbers, either a face-to-face hybrid or virtually online. If you look at the numbers by the elementary buildings, Wilkshire, those numbers are a little higher in terms of online. Murphy also, and Raleigh, those numbers are a little different than the overall totals. If you look at the secondary numbers, you're closer to the 2/3, 1/3 has the high school. We had the largest percentage of numbers wanting to come back, 73 versus 26. And I think that's indicative of the social interaction piece for our students. So that was our student data.
Steve, a quick question. I'm sorry. This is
Yes.
Tammy. Having had my 2 graduates, so I didn't take the survey as a parent, but I think I maybe heard some questions and concerns about this in the community. So there wasn't a flat out, yes, I want my child to be in person option. Is that correct?
We had to pick.
Right.
So you picked either option 1, which was face-to-face or hybrid, or option 2, 100% online, or option 3 for each
And the
child.
reason we did that is because, as I mentioned, we had to determine whether we could offer any face-to-face at all, depending upon the numbers. So if those numbers were high, which the survey shows that we would have to go to the hybrid method, because we have to keep class sizes smaller so that we can meet all that safety protocol that's laid out in the governor's return plan, which I'm going to talk about in just a few minutes.
Right. So we don't actually know of that, the option 1 percentage. We don't know the breakout. If those were the 2 options, how many people would have picked face-to-face versus how many people want a hybrid?
Well, and you know, we wanted to know how many students or how many parents wanted to come back in whatever that looked like, whether it was face-to-face or hybrid, so we could get numbers to make a decision whether we could meet either of those options.
Right, I get that, but I want to clarify that we don't have that subset of numbers.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Hey, Steve, this is Josh, but you're saying based on these numbers alone that the only way to do it is hybrid, if those are the correct,
and meet the safety requirements that are outlined in the roadmap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also, Steve and other board members, I'm just not sure that a hybrid model makes a lot of sense as an offering. It's sensible to give you an opportunity to provide an in-person experience if the vast majority of your population is. But if you look at the complexity of offering a hybrid as a standalone, I'm not sure how much sense it makes. I can see its value and how it can fill a need for providing face-to-face, but it does throw in quite a bit of complexity in delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from board members on this topic, survey? So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the return to school roadmap, because this is really essential in terms of making our decisions based on the phase that we're in and what the requirements are in that roadmap. Depending upon the phase, as you'll see in just a few minutes, there are recommendations that are required that you have to do. There are requirements that are highly recommended, and then there are requirements that are recommended. And so depending upon what phase that we're in at the time that we potentially could open school, we have to meet all of those requirements within that roadmap in the required field. The highly recommended and the recommended fields, those are things that we would have to consider whether we could potentially do those things or not. And we'll talk about those in just a few minutes. If we have to go back and we go back into phase 3, then we will have to go back into a fully online mode. If we get to a phase 5, then we potentially, then what happens is those highly recommended or required then move down the line, and now they become highly recommended or recommended, which potentially would give us the ability to bring more students back or to change our delivery method at that point. but we'll have to wait and see where we are at the time. So these are the safety protocols that are required in terms of the in-person, facial coverings. And I want to point out that the plan that Susan was going through earlier, basically all of these safety requirements that are in this return roadmap, we've addressed in some fashion or another. So all of these things will be a part of our plan if we have some form of in-person instruction, because we're required as a part of the roadmap. So facial coverings are part of that, adequate supplies for hygiene and cleaning, teaching hand washing protocol, cooperating with local health departments regarding the screening of staff and students. And so I know that was one of the questions that was out there. Right now, the state's saying that you don't have to screen all of your staff and employees when they come into the building. There's kind of a self-reporting mode. We're looking at the idea of whether we're going to follow that self-reporting mode or actually do more screenings in person. We haven't come to that full decision yet, but right now we're not required to do that, but that's something that we would have to take into consideration if we were to come back in person. That would be taking temperatures and those types of things. So anything that we've done so far in the buildings, we have required that they answer all the questions that are part of the screening process, and we've taken temperatures of all the people that come, like in our building, or that have participated in athletic workouts over the summer, or any of our camps or programs that are going on right now. One of the pieces is cooperating with the local health department and implementing protocol for students and staff who exhibit symptoms. We're pretty much reliant on the Ingham County Health Department to give us guidance in that area. Anytime we have anyone that falls into this category, we have to report it to the health department, and they will give us instructions as to how to proceed. If we have someone that tests positive, then we will get guidance from the health department in terms of what we have to do next, whether we have to quarantine in a classroom, the whole building, or what that looks like for our district. The other piece is, yes.
Sorry, this is Molly. And I know that positive cases are reported to the county health department for where the individual resides. But that information isn't necessarily shared maybe with the county where they go to school. And we have families who are residing in 3 different counties. So have you reached out to the health departments for Clinton County or Shiawassee County just to see, or just to talk about how that information might be shared back to the school?
We have not reached out to the other health departments, but we will as a part of this process.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, I have a question. This is Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
On the facial coverings, it was my understanding reading through that there are different requirements for different age groups.
Mm-hmm.
And then also a question was asked of me of, what happens if a kid doesn't have a face mask when they show up to school? How would we address that?
So we've pretty much come to the consensus that we're going to, the plan at this phase only requires, I believe, 6 through 12. K-5 is in that highly recommended area. So we are going to, at this point, our plan is calling for everyone wearing a mask, unless you have some type of medical exemption or need that you can't wear a mask. But at this point, we're going to require masks across the board for all of our students and staff.
And so if a child walks in, there will be a supply available.
Yes. Correct. We will have disposable ones on hand. And if they don't wear the mask, then we're going to have to deal with those situations on a case-by-case basis if a student doesn't come in or refuses to wear the mask.
Hey, Steve, regarding masks and facial coverings, where does this land with accessibility concerns and not being able to lip read or see anybody's face?
So, go ahead, Susan.
So we are taking that into consideration and going to look into some of the masks that have clear or the face shields. We know the face shields don't provide as much, but we're looking at all those options to see what's best for particular students that need those exceptions right now.
And also, it's not a direct follow-up. So are parents are parents solely responsible for these temp and health checks of their children?
So the recommendation from the Ingham County Health Department right now is that that the parents do the screening, but again, we have not 100% landed on what our process will be for screening of students, whether we'll have parents self-reporting. It would be a taxing challenge to do that with every single student that walks in the building. So we have to really think that through, because especially when students come in first thing in the morning, the number of people that are available usually is less. So we have to think that through a little more and decide how we would staff that in each building.
Steve, I have a question here as well, and it's in terms of, so we have some obligations to share information with the local health department, but what about the reverse? What about the local health department? How much information are they really sharing with us about the state of COVID in Ingham County or in the zip codes where we have families? Because we have more than the Haslett zip code that serve our families, but giving us a better sense of the quality of testing, the rate of testing in our community, the plans for when MSU students return and their ability to alert us to changes that they're seeing. So what's the reciprocal information that we can expect from Ingham County?
Well, unfortunately, they're not sending us stuff individually. We have to reach out to them in most cases. So we've been working with the ISD to work with the health department specifically, so they can provide us the information that we needed, but we don't have a plan from them yet as to how that's going to look.
Well, for me, that's going to be a pretty critical piece of being able to fine tune a plan or change what we're doing, is more robust communication from Ingham County Health Department about what truly COVID looks like. We can see, some data available on their website, or we can see some data for the state, but that's really insufficient to give us a very good picture of really what the rate of positivity is in the test. Do we have a sufficient number of tests being conducted in the county? What's the transmission rate? What's our number for each case transmitting? So going forward, we're going to need a lot more robust picture about what our county really looks like to better inform what we do.
I mean, and I guess, Karen, some of those specifics, I know we've talked about on the Board of Health, where they're able to give some countywide information on the number of tests being conducted, looking at the rate of percent positive. So I agree, Steve. I think it's about how that information is shared and the timeliness of it. The challenge for the health department, and I'm not going to speak for them, I just, from what we've talked about in that other hat that I wear, it's not just the tests that are conducted here in Ingham County, it's tests that are conducted elsewhere because somebody is up north for a week and they get tested up there, but because they're an Ingham County resident, eventually it gets here. So I do think there are challenges just broader. Hopefully some of those getting tested other places calms down a little bit as the school year starts. But I think, just my personal experience, when I've asked a specific question, we're usually able to, I'm usually able to get an answer. With MSU, that's a whole other, it's just going to be a difficult situation, I think, for the whole area with students coming back and how that gets managed. And I know that there is a whole task force working on bringing students and faculty and everybody else back to campus. But a lot of what we're hearing on the staff and faculty side of things is, if you don't have to come to campus to teach and to help support students, then still plan on working from home. So I know some of that exposure back out to the larger community they're trying to minimize.
And I'll just echo, I think Molly, you referenced it, we heard it in some of the comments, that we have students and faculty who live not only within our district boundaries, which include Shiawassee and Clinton County, but we also have folks who live in Eaton County as well. So that's really 4 counties of people in and out and interacting.
Mm-hmm.
So moving on, here are some of the protocols with regard to cleaning. These are required in terms of our libraries, our student desks, all of our classrooms and such, playground structures. making sure that we have the correct storage, cleaning supplies, and adequate ventilation. I will comment that one of the things that we are doing as a part of our bond renovation this summer is we're installing UV lights in all of our circulation systems in the classrooms, which help with killing a lot of the viruses that are being circulated through the air. So it's my understanding that those are going to be installed in every single one of our classrooms before the fall with our facilities department. So these are things obviously that we're going to have some challenges with, but we're hopeful that we're able to get all the staff necessary to be able to provide all these cleaning procedures in each one of the buildings. And we're working with our maintenance department right now and our current custodial staff to try to put together a plan to do this.
So Steve, we did hear a question about the responsibility of teachers versus custodial staff and or others. So it sounds like you're addressing that issue, and the goal would be it's the primary responsibility of maintenance staff. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, but we know that we're going to need some help, you know, because we're not going to be able to cover everything. So, and we're obviously going to have to work with our staff as we put our plan together to see what options we might have to be able to make sure that everything's cleaned properly throughout the building.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern as well. That's a lot of responsibility to put on a teacher as well to make sure that things are properly sanitized and ready to go, especially with the frequency that they need to be cleaned.
So in terms of transportation, you know, we're required to have hand sanitizer on the bus. Face coverings must be worn on the bus. The bus needs to be cleaned and disinfected. All the frequently touched surfaces. One of the challenges, we do have to create a plan for getting students home safely if they are not allowed to ride the bus due to illness during the day. So we're working with our transportation department to put together a plan for this. Part of now having the individual numbers of who potentially, if we do some in person, we provide transportation, what those routing numbers will look like so that we can try as best as we can to make sure that we have social distancing on our bus. That may not be 100% achievable, but we're going to try to do the best we can based on the numbers that we now have and looking at doing all the routing for all of our routes within our district. So also weather preventing, considering leaving the bus windows down. And depending upon what that looks like, we'll try to do that also. So then you have the strongly recommended. So all those required pieces we have to have as a part of our plan. As you move on to the strongly recommended, you don't necessarily have to do them, but as the wording said, they're strongly recommended. The face coverings for the pre-K 5 students, that's only a part of that strongly recommended. Keeping students' personalized items separate at all times, spacing desks apart 6 feet or feasible within each one of the classrooms. So we've looked at our numbers overall based on the amount of students that are wanting to come back or at least have some type of potential face-to-face, that we do believe that we can reduce our class size around 10 or less in each one of the classrooms. We're gonna have to look at our numbers across the grade levels and classes and such, but hopefully we'll be able to maintain as much of that social distancing as we can. Teachers maintaining the same space. No guests in the buildings. We talked about that earlier, that we're going to limit any kind of activity within our building to only staff and our students. And then signage, we're obviously going to be posting all the signages in all the areas that we need to make sure that all the proper protocols of safety are being
Hey,
followed.
Steve, can
Yes.
you rewind one real quick? When we're talking about keeping students' personal items separate at all times, I mean, how does that really tie into any shared materials? I think back to when, you know, my son was just starting and, you know, we just purchased school supplies and everything went into a large pool and that's what was used. You know, we're talking paper and crayons and scissors and all the things. Like, is every student going to need their own supply of on-demand materials, or?
So we are, we're working through all of those pieces because again, that poses some challenges when it comes to classes that I'm just using an example, at the middle school, we have a robotics class that lots of students touch the robots in any given class period and that. So we have to think through all the classes that we offer, especially the electives, for students, and decide what that looks like and what do we need to add to those courses to make it work, or what changes do we need to make to those course offerings to allow it to be safe. So, and even in the regular classroom, especially at the elementary level, you know, students a lot of times will share supplies, but that has to change because otherwise you have to clean all those supplies all the time in the classroom. So it's got to be on a more individualized basis because of the restrictions that are in the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So here are some of the other strongly recommended protocol. We have to have a quarantine area in case we have an ill student. Symptomatic students sent home and kept home until they've tested negatively or completely recovered. This one's going to be challenging to the extent that obviously we have to work with the health department to know if someone's tested positive and how we're going to be able to handle that situation for that area, whether that's a building or a classroom or what have you. So staff conducting those same self-examinations prior to coming to work, developing protocols and procedures for symptomatic students, and notifications to families. Obviously, we talked about notifying health department of possible cases of COVID, and then protocol. If we have to be shut down, there has to be a period before we go back in and do cleaning in those particular areas that potentially could have been exposed. Systematic review medical plans of students with special healthcare needs and updated as needed. And then create a process for families to self-identify as high risk for severe illness due to COVID-19 and have a plan to accommodate alternative learning arrangements and work assignments for those particular cases that come up. So then we get into the mental health piece. They're encouraging students or schools to implement a mental health screening for all students by a trained professional. Obviously, this is going to be challenging because we only have a limited amount of staff that can do that. Train staff on identifying and rapid referral of at-risk students. All of these other things listed here, providing ongoing PD. Thankfully, we have a great crisis team and great support staff to help in this area. We've done a lot of work in the past. Pam Penoza-Jones and her staff in terms of putting together the crisis protocol and things that we have to do with dealing with some of these areas. So we feel we're in pretty good shape. We already have a crisis management plan. Obviously, we have to compile a regular update list of wellness records for all our staff and students, and then provide resources for our individual staff for self-care.
And Steve, this mental health piece is going to be regardless of the option chosen or how, like, so our online students who might be
Correct.
struggling, not being in schools, you know, some of the concerns we heard earlier, they're going to be assessed and have access to the services that we're able to provide, the support we're able to provide.
So that whole child piece that Susan, I don't know if you want to comment on that piece, but that's part of that protocol.
Yeah, these pieces are taken into consideration regardless of model that we would be in. Just finding the ways to manage those and deploy those as needed. But again, some of the requirements under the strongly recommended are going to be, you know, when you're asking a limited staff of trained professionals to do health screenings of every single student in your district, that's difficult. So yeah, trying to figure out how we're going to do that and how we would pull that off.
And how are they defining, or how has the state defined trained professional for the purposes of this screening?
They have not.
Okay.
I had a quick question before we got to mental health here, not to diminish that, but back to physical health. If staff are to conduct daily self-examinations prior to coming to work, so it's only self-reporting? Are we going to have any schedule of routine testing or anything along those lines?
Testing of like temperatures and things like that?
I mean, just it could be as base as temperature testing or as routine testing for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know, you know, we're talking about, you know, I've seen the questions that get asked when you enter a building like this. You know, have you been around anyone that, you know, had symptoms? I mean, if you go to the grocery store, you don't know that. If you go anywhere, you don't know that. So I don't know if, you know, is there a potential for a routine testing plan, or is it simply we have to wait for symptoms or a temperature or anything regarding those self-reporting systems?
So Josh, a representative from the Ingham Health Department was at the last couple Education Reimagined meetings at the ISD, and they did not say or recommend that we do any kind of testing protocol with staff and or students in the district. They simply gave us the recommended screening processes, and then they also talked about the fact that they are putting together a team, which I believe that team has convened based on some information that Molly was able to give me today, that they are putting together a toolkit for districts to help guide decision making. But again, I've never heard them say about, you know, testing your staff prior to school starting or anything like that.
Okay.
And-
I'm not talking just like before school starts. I'm just trying to think of like a proactive measure versus a reactive measure.
Right.
And Josh, I know the information. So part of my job is working with the physicians in local health departments. So it has been a really great time to have that job because I get to ask lots of questions and learn lots of things. Part of what keeps coming back, and part of why asking that question of have you been around anyone who has traveled or who has been exposed, is that kind of the person you might pass in the store, while there's some risk, that's seen as relatively low risk, especially if you're wearing a mask and not touching your face. It's the longer interactions with individuals, so 5-10 minutes. And so those would usually be people that you stop to talk to and have had, or, you know, that you've had an interaction with, that they're more worried about. So I know, and again, their understanding is evolving all the time. And I think we're always going to be having to kind of come back and re-examine all of this. But that's why that screening question is important, because usually your risk of exposure is a little bit higher if you've had a longer exposure to somebody.
Thank you.
And I have a related question. My employer, and I work in like a pseudo public health setting, where anyone who's done out-of-state travel is self-quarantining as well. Like most of our staff are still home-based anyway, but for those of us who had been reporting limited to the office, and I'm wondering if we're thinking of doing anything along those lines as well. I know some of the screening protocols I've seen is have you traveled internationally or via airplane, but our office extended that to have you traveled out of state.
Well, also just one more comment about the screening process. I'm also hoping that the guidance that we get from the Ingham County Health Department will change or get more robust as we head into flu season, since there's so much crossover in the symptoms between these that it's going to get very complicated for us. But also on the matter of mental health, I'm very thankful for what our district has been doing the last few years to position ourselves to be able to address the mental health of our student population. But this slide gave me great pause when I saw it about what it's really kind of demanding and asking for in-person instruction, and then attempting to replicate that for online instruction, when I imagine that much of what we pick up is simply from our staff being around students and noticing the signs, having a relationship with them so they can see the change, they can see the body, they can see their eyes, see their face. It's concerning for me to be able to ask ourselves to be able to pull this off if we are learning remotely and doing virtual, to be able to provide this same level of support.
And knowing how important this is for in-person instruction or online, have we gotten any guidance from the ISD that they may be in a position to provide some of those trained professionals to support and assist?
So I think that they're attempting to, you know, support as much as possible, but again, they know the need is going to be big. So a lot of the resources that they're, you know, putting in the Education Reimagined documents and stuff are helpful, and they do come if we call. You know, if we reach out to them and we have a high need, you know, they generally will respond to that. But who knows what the fall is going to bring as far as need? So there's a concern there, I think, as well.
So this continues on with the mental health protocol in terms of the strongly recommended. You know, designate a mental health liaison who work with a school, local police, health agency, and community partners. We've done a lot, some of that through the ISD. You know, leverage MDE resources for student and staff mental health and wellness support. Not gotten a ton there. Activate communication materials to address this. We don't have a hotline or designated email. We do use some, you know, our OK to Say has been a really helpful tool for students to be able to communicate some of the things that are going on. And then we have to have a communication plan with families on the transition on all aspects of mental health. So just some continued, these are the recommended. As I mentioned earlier, it goes from the required to highly recommended to recommended. So as you go down the line here, obviously these things we're going to try to do as much as we can. Open classroom windows as much as possible. The cohorts, we've talked about that. Elective course should be taught in the classroom as much as possible. Cohorts, alternating days, and you'll see that with when we present our hybrid plan. Keeping the kids 6 feet apart in the hallways. In theory, that's something that we're going to try to do, but in reality, that's going to be difficult to manage. I think having a lot less numbers will help, but we just don't have enough staff to be able to monitor that. We're going to try to have little or as less amount of movement between classrooms as possible, but there's going to be some movement in the hallways, and we're going to have to try to manage that as best as we can. So, you know, and then congregating in areas and such. So we're basically gonna have to manage as much of the traffic flow in the buildings as possible in the end. So just some other things, physical education to be held out with social distancing, hallway traffic divided, entrance and exits should be separate to keep traffic moving in one direction. Monitoring form for screening employees. Susanna, if you want to talk about that, the potential online piece that we're talking about.
Yeah, we're looking to try to develop an electronic component so that employees can screen themselves and then submit that data on a daily basis. So we're working on that piece as well.
Also with families the same way.
Trying to do the same with families to be able to report their screenings before they come to school.
How does that physical education component work as we enter our lovely season of November till, well, this year it was April?
Yeah, so again, that's a challenge because, you know, they're recommending that it be outside. And of course, Michigan weather doesn't always allow for much of that. But we're going to do the best we can with that. And then there are restrictions on even what they can handle in gym class. So again, it's going to be modifying some of that curriculum to make it work as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, that is if that's an in-person instruction component, which we haven't decided on yet.
Correct.
Which does beg the question, I'm jumping ahead a little bit because there are lots of questions about extracurriculars and the co-curricular electives or specials as they're sometimes called. So I don't know if you want to address that now or later.
Yeah, I can. So we are still discussing those pieces and taking input from the instructors that teach those classes because they've done a lot of their own research and their homework and through their organizations that they belong to and so forth. We do know that like choir is one of the highest areas that we should be concerned about. So trying to figure out how do we either change some of that programming or make it safe for students. So working through some of those pieces on it. But all of our creative arts, the good majority of our creative arts are hands-on classes that students share materials and that they work in groups and that kind of thing. And so with some of the restrictions that are either required or highly recommended, that's going to make some of those classes a little more challenging. So we got to rethink some of those pieces and see if we can actually do the class, or do we have to modify the class into something different to make it work. So that's all in the planning phases of how we execute every area, because creative arts are just as important as the core in some people's eyes. So that has to be thought about and thought through a little bit. But we are talking to the teachers that teach those classes, and they're helping with some of that decision making so that we can be collaborative in that process. So if that helps.
Thank you.
So some additional recommendations, eating either outdoors or in the classrooms. Obviously, it's probably not feasible outdoor. We're going to look at the idea of having lunch in the classrooms, whether we can pull that off. We're going to try to do that. If we have to have it in the cafeteria, we're going to use social distancing in the cafeterias, obviously hand washing before and after eating, no off-site field trips that require bus transportation. We probably won't be having many, if any, field trips at this point to start. If we have some form of in-person recess outside, obviously social distancing within cohorts and wearing face coverings. And then extracurricular activities, if we have them, we would have requirements for facial coverings for that. So some additional medical procedures for vulnerable students, feedback from teachers, families, and students and school leaders to improve the effectiveness of medically vulnerable students. Staff caring for children, providing medical care that includes aerosol generating procedures should have N95 masks, and enable staff who have high risk or severe illness to minimize the face-to-face contacts, to allow the 6 feet and all of those other safety procedures with regard to those students. So those are really all of the protocols as I laid out: required, highly recommended, recommended. We've looked at all of these as we put together all of those plans that Susan had in that roughly 57-page document and all of these particular areas. But I just wanted to walk through these so that you had an idea of what all the protocol are required in phase 4.
Steve, quick question, because I know the N95 masks, those have to be fitted. If we end up using the N95 mask for some of our staff, have we looked into or reached out to Sparrow or McLaren or some others who had the capacity maybe to help at least with the fitting so that that's done properly?
We have not at this point, but that's a great suggestion. And we're not sure that we can get an N95 mask right now.
Right. Well, there's that other part too, but at least you want them to be fitted.
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
And I'll just point out too, I can't speak to the N95 specifically, but there are networks. So organizations, like someone mentioned, you can't get the Lysol wipes at Meijer yet. But there are commercial opportunities, vendors, state networks, etc. So as an educational institution, we're going to have better access to some of that PPE and the cleaning and sanitation supplies than a general individual who's run into the grocery store.
We've already had many of our purchasing agencies allow us access to those special purchase deals. So REMC and a lot of the sources that we use for purchasing. So, I think other than potentially the N95 masks, I think we'll be able to get the majority of the cleaning supplies and or PPE equipment for our staff and our custodial staff for cleaning and such. So I think we're in pretty good shape there. So the next phase of the presentation is the actual learning plan. I'm going to turn this back over to Susan to walk through what that looks like for each of the opportunities.
So our academic committee has put in a lot of time and a lot of effort into their planning, and this is going to be an ongoing group. In fact, some of our other groups, our operations and our whole child, are kind of wrapping up, but teachers are actually joining from those groups into the academic committee because there is a ton of work to be done in this group still. But this committee is working on drilling down to specific information about what will courses look like and how are we going to execute the plan so that it's not the Band-Aid from the spring. So some of these topics I've touched on a little bit, but I'll go over them again. So we have talked extensively and we have developed a common platform for instruction. So our grade 2 through our grade 12 classes will all be on Google Classroom. And the format of that, I'll talk about it on the next slide, but we've developed a common look to Google Classroom, what it's going to look like and what components it will have. So the ease of going from one teacher to another will be seamless for families that have multiple students in their families. And we've done a similar thing with the Seesaw platform that we'll use for our K-1 students. We've decided to use that platform for our little ones because it's easier for them to navigate, and we can get a similar look to that platform as far as keeping it consistent and structured for parents to have ease of use. So we've put together some criteria for what that platform will look like, and we are currently developing a professional development schedule for all of our teachers to take to go through some PD on the Google Classroom and the Seesaw app, and so that they can understand how we want them to set up those classes and what requirements we are absolutely mandating for those courses. And those platforms will be used regardless of whether we're hybrid or online or probably fully operational, because they can be used in that capacity as well. That committee has also talked extensively about grading and assessments. That would include progress monitoring for our students to make sure that teachers have an expectation of what grading will look like. It's going to look very similar to what we did in our normal classroom environment. As far as work that students do, we'll have feedback and grading attached to it. We will have more of the assessments than what we were able to provide in the spring due to lack of access. But some of the tools that we already use, like our NWA platform, for example, they have figured out how we can remotely assess students. So that's a benefit and will help us as we transition into some better assessment that we can execute both remotely and in person. Attendance, they are tackling the task of what does that look like and matching it up to the guidelines for seat time waivers. And we will work with Ingham ISD to help us with that piece of it so that we can get that, so we can count all of our students and how to, what does it look like if they're not there that day, but they complete an assignment? How do you track that and how do you record that? The whole child piece, which we've talked extensively about, some of the components that they are looking at with details are about our PBIS lessons that we use at pretty much every level. How do we have to adjust those with the new protocols that students will have to get used to if they're in person, or how do we develop new protocols for online students in an online learning environment? We've talked about having mentors for students that are online, and even the students that potentially are in hybrid mode. How do we mentor those students so that they can stay up on their coursework if they don't have an adult that can support them at home? We talked about that committee is also looking at what the research says about the time allocation for students online and how do we manage that better this fall so that we can provide that robust platform and that robust instruction, but yet not tax our students to the point that it does cause mental health concerns for them to try to keep up. We've talked about in that committee and are executing what curriculum standards will we use for our scenarios. There's a lot of talk about, hitting the more important standards. Which ones can you absolutely let go of, and then which ones are the most relevant for students. So understanding all of that. Again, it's our hope that we can get all of the standards in, but we have to, depending on the mode that we end up being able to use, how do you make sure that all students are hitting those high needs curriculum standards and being successful at them. And then again, the creative arts and exploratory classes, what do they look like in both platforms, and how do we execute those under the guidelines that we're being asked to meet in the plan. So I'm just going to go over on this slide. Steve, if you click on the high school, middle school one. So this is sort of what we've started to develop about the protocol for our teachers for using Google Classroom. And so it's going to have a very standard format that will look the same, because that was one of the biggest feedback points we got from our feedback in the spring, is that teachers' Google Classrooms look different. And even our own teachers, that was feedback from them, that they heard from parents and students that if kids were in different classrooms, things looked different, and it was hard to follow about what was required for that day or that week, and how would they manage that better. So we've come up with a common format that, if Steve, if you'll scroll down to where the example is of what that Google Classroom might look like and what expectations we will have for teachers. So this is kind of just a brief visual of what it could look like for our secondary students, our middle school, high school students, that the class resources will appear at the top of their main page. And then whatever week we are currently in will appear at the top of the sequence. So week 1 will just drop down when you put in week 2. And we've established criteria for teachers about how many weeks ahead that they need to be with their planning, and what days we want them to post those lesson plans so that students can get a preview of that. So we will have expectations for all of those pieces as we move into the fall, so that we have a pretty streamlined approach to every classroom, both secondary and elementary, that looks very, very similar. So it's easier for families to navigate no matter what level they're at. And then, no, I don't want to do that part, Steve. So you can get out of that document. So we've established that for both middle school, high school, grades 2 through 5. And then the Seesaw platform will look slightly different, but again, a set of criteria for those teachers. We've talked to all the committee members that include teachers on those committees, and this was a pretty common agreement for everyone that we needed some kind of a standardized platform to make the ease of use and make it more accessible for all students to navigate, no matter whose class they're in.
Well, and Susan, I like that there's a common platform, because whether we're hybrid, whether you're in person, whether we go back to phase 3, whether we jump ahead to phase 5, the curriculum is there. And so if it's online, the teachers have it and students have it and it's accessible. If you're in person, the teachers can use it as a base, show their students where it is. If a student has to be out of school because they've been exposed, they have access. I think it's great that we have a standard platform from which to base all of these options.
And honestly, moving forward, because this is really a good practice to get into no matter what, that because we have situations even in a normal school year where students are out of school for extended periods of time, they'll be able to stay up with coursework, or situations happen with families, so we can just continue this practice even in a more normal environment, whatever.
Yeah, I think we talked about it at one of the committee meetings that, like for snow days. And so when we had, where we were shut down because of the polar vortex, that if we had had something like this, there still could have been some work going on.
Right. So we have some proposed schedules. Again, these are very much in the infancy of proposing what a schedule might look like for students. And our administrative teams have discussed these schedules, and we're looking for a model that could be used in either hybrid or fully online for students, knowing that maybe not all of our students can be online at the same time. So we are also talking about whatever platforms that we are using, that we can navigate recording lessons that teachers might do live, so that if a student didn't get to be there live, they could watch the recorded version of it to get their lesson for the day. So we're still working on some of that, but we just wanted to show you some samples of what we've talked about. So the first one here is the high school schedule. The high school is leaning toward a, obviously if we're in a hybrid mode, a cohort of, that would come, one cohort would be there on Monday, Tuesday, the other cohort would come on Thursday, Friday, and then the opposite days they're online. And that would, and it's a block schedule so that it, because one of the concerns at the high school is the frequency of passing times and all the contact that students would have at passing time. So we're considering a block schedule that would allow less passing time. So if you're in the blue cohort, you would come on Mondays and have your first, second, third hour, along with implementing also an advisory component to this, because we know students are going to need some extra support in some of these courses that they're in. And then on Tuesday, that same cohort would show up and do their fourth, fifth, and sixth hour class with yet another advisory put in there to help them as they navigate through the new learning options that they're going to be dealing with. And then the same thing would happen on Thursday and Friday for that cohort. So that's just a sample schedule that we're considering with a block schedule in mind to limit some of that movement in the building.
So then, Susan, oh, sorry, go ahead, Karen.
So Susan, so when they are in person in school, they're getting a little shy of 2 hours for each class. So a first hour is really a little shy of 2 hours.
Correct.
And then they're going to also have some online learning during the week for that same class.
Correct.
So are we looking at them having another 2 hours of online learning for that class? So they're getting the approximate of 4 hours?
Well, they'd actually get probably 5 hours of learning, because what it potentially could look like, because we're talking about doing some synchronous and asynchronous learning in the classroom. So let's just talk about a kid in the blue cohort. So he comes to first hour on Monday and he gets the equivalent of what would be 2 lessons for the week. And then on Wednesday, there will be some independent work that'll be provided for students. And then again on Thursday, when the other cohort of first hour students meet, there would be a live version of the lesson going on that they could attend virtually, that lesson as well. It's going to be a different lesson for them to follow the coursework. So if that makes sense, so they would get 2 hours of first hour on Monday, an hour on Wednesday, and 2 hours on Thursday. So that's the full week of school.
Okay. And then if they're not able to join that first hour session on Thursday for whatever reason, then it's recorded and they can view it asynchronously and complete attendance after that.
Exactly.
But I thought we were also talking about some technology difficulties with synchronous learning.
There could be. And so we're kind of trying to figure all those pieces out, but that's also why we want to record it, so that if the live stream is poor, they can watch the recorded version, and sometimes they'll have more success with that as well. So trying to get all possibilities out there on the table so that we can think about them and figure out how we can make all those work.
And it's been a while since I looked at Google Classroom. Are there the resources or the tools within that to show a video so that you can do live? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And that would be on all the Chromebooks, so we don't have to worry about students having any other technology or platform. Okay.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And so the reverse of that would be true as well. So the gold cohort from Thursday first hour should be then watching on Monday during that same time slot, the swap.
Yep.
Susan, I have a question about the Wednesday where there's a lot of stuff for the Viking Day, but I noticed that you have interventions in there. How do you envision the intervention working?
So we haven't totally figured that day out yet to try to figure out what staff would be available and how that would. This was just a sample schedule that Brandy and her team were playing around with to try to figure out how could we get, because that was one of the conversations was, would we be able to bring in some of our more at-risk students on different days to give them access. But again, we have to always keep in mind that teachers need some planning time in here too. So we got to figure all those little components out as well. We've
Right.
talked about even our special ed students, maybe trying to get them in on more days than what their original cohort, you know, and some of our highly at-risk students. So we're still tweaking out all those little pieces yet.
And I do like that idea as a special education teacher myself for 6 years. I do worry about the online only option. I mean, for some of our special education students that would work, but for a large majority of them that would not work. And I see this Viking Day as an option, as a hybrid model for the special education students who receive so many other services besides just an intervention. Because we have students who have physical therapy, occupational therapy, social work, if they have social emotional or behavior plan, school psychologists, speech pathology. There are so many different resources that those special education students utilize that I see that day as an opportunity for that, even if there were students who possibly chose the online option. I don't know if that would be available to them or not, but it is something to think about. That is my one reservation about all online for special education students, and it's such an individual thing, which is why they have an IEP. But I like that opportunity because there are so many other services that special education students receive that they would still be able to access those.
Yeah, I agree. And we're considering all of those pieces and trying to, that's why we want to try to get some form of a schedule in our head so that then we can backfill in all those spots and figure out how to make it all work together.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The next slide is just a potential middle school schedule. So the challenge that we have between middle school and high school is that we have some shared staff that go between buildings. So we're trying to coordinate that, but also do what's in the best interest of kids. So this schedule will probably change because as we think about our 8th grade students with math classes, our goal in middle school, you can move kids as cohorts. So the same kids can be in English class and they can move to the math class and they can move to a social studies class as a group of students. So you can move them synchronously like that without too much contact with other students, different than what the high school version is. The challenge in 8th grade is that our math classes, all of our students don't take the same math class. So to move them in groups like that would be really, really challenging. So we are still sorting out some of the details with 8th grade. But in this model, our 6th and our 7th graders would move in groups from class to class, except for their elective classes. And we still have not landed on how that's going to look and how we're going to manage that piece of it. But
so there were 2 questions I had. I didn't know, you have blue cohort and gold cohort. Were you planning on those being the teams? So like teams 61, 71, 81 would be Monday, Tuesday, or would it be half of each, part of each team is in each cohort?
Yeah, to be quite honest, we have not divided those up yet. We haven't, got to that level of detail yet, but that would probably make the most sense is having one team, on one day, keeping them, because they will be teamed. Students will be teamed still.
And then the other question I had is, I know we have some 5th graders that have traditionally come to the middle school for math, and we've had some 8th graders who have gone to the high school for math. And I know before, the end of last school year, they were talking about for French too, because of how many signed up. So I assume they're not going to the high school or they're not going to other schools. That would create all sorts of, not so great things. Would those be solely online, or would it be trying to figure out how to teach them now in the building and create? I guess I'm just wondering if and I know that's a level of detail.
That was a large topic of discussion today. And we want to still have our 5th graders as a part of that program, but we're just trying to figure out what that's going to look like and how do we work with that. So we haven't quite sorted out the 5th grade piece. The high school classes that students travel over there with, we feel like we can keep those in-house. It's probably going to cost us some you know, some money because we will have to have some other teachers teaching those classes, but we can still give the same level of rigor and content to those students, and just not have them travel to the high school.
Okay, thank you.
So we're still sorting out some of those pieces of that, but we will be able to still have those classes, which I'm glad of that, because we don't want to discontinue those just because of this situation.
Right. Thank you.
Susan, that's impressive if you can pull that off.
We're trying. We're getting
That's
them in.
impressive.
I got personal stake in that one, so I'm hoping we figure it out.
I think we can do it. We got some creative thinkers on the team, so I think we can pull it off. We just got to be creative. That's all. This is a sample for our 2-5 buildings. This was just developed in the last probably week. And so again, just trying to take into consideration a schedule that could feasibly work online and or in hybrid mode. And we have the same general plan for our elementary buildings as we have for our secondary buildings, that we'd like to combine synchronous and asynchronous learning in our schedules. And so this is just a sample plan to get the classes in there that we need. This plan does include the creative arts at this point, but that's subject to change based on what we decide on those courses.
I know you have only synchronous listed under morning meetings. Is there any talk about recording those too, so those could be asynchronous?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. Yep. And then the final schedule that's listed on here is a potential schedule for Wilkshire. And again, we are still working through all the details of this. Some of these schedules could require us to do something a little different with some of our creative arts teachers at Wilkshire, just because of the way the schedule falls out. But again, I think we can be creative and make things work, and no matter what plan we have to execute.
Can you explain the difference between kindergarten A and B and first grade A and B?
Yeah, so that's just their cohorts, like what the middle school, high school did, that the A group would come on a certain day, and the B group, she just set it up different than the other ones. So
yep, that's good. Thank you.
Yep. So just the different cohorts. Just let's pretend they're gold and blue.
But would the idea be somewhat similar, where the kids on the days when they're not there would still be able to join and do some of that? Okay.
That's our hope. That's our hope. We got to make sure that our little ones can do that successfully, but that's our hope.
It is hard. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. As Tracy was talking about her concerns with 100% online and our special education students, it has been probably Wilkshire and our younger kids. You know, when we were in the spring, I had no problem with my older two, but my kindergartner was over it pretty early on, except for the class meeting. She loved being able to see everybody.
Right.
But it was really hard to keep her engaged. And for my husband and I, we're both working at home, but we couldn't give her the schedule and the structure to sit with her to do some of that, because our schedules are so different every day. So I think it's a real challenge for our learners who are not yet able to be independent in an online environment. You know, I think we have to think through really how we do that online. And that's where I see the value of a hybrid model, because you have a chance to build some of those relationships that can carry them through those days when they're online.
Yep. Okay, I'm good, Steve. You can go to that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the last slide here is just to kind of summarize the next steps as we move forward. Obviously, we have to finalize the details of our district RRP plan and share it with parents and staff. So the board has to approve a document called the Preparedness and Response Plan on August. They will be approving that on August 10th. That's different than our district plan. Really, the executive order required that districts come up with a preparedness plan in each phase. Okay, so we have to come up with an in-person model and an online model in each one of those phases. So we're not actually in that proposal. It's very much a kind of a 30,000-foot view in terms of the assurances that we can provide in each one of those phases and one of those levels. So what the board's going to approve on the 10th is not actually what we're doing, but what we potentially would do in all of those phases. So our individual RR plan is something that we're going to decide whether we go hybrid, fully online, or we go fully online And those are the decisions that will have to be made as we move forward. After we get that, we have quite a bit of the PPE supplies now, but if we go to some type of in-person plan, that we're obviously going to have to make sure that we have all of those supplies on hand. As I mentioned earlier, we believe we do have the resources available to get all of those things for all of our staff and all of our classrooms that we need. We haven't sorted on, are we going to have face shields? Are we going to have masks? All of those things that we'll work out the details once we decide whether we're going to have a component of in person. We're going to try to provide some parent forums to answer questions individually with regard to helping make a final decision once we decide whether that's going to be hybrid or fully online or a combination of that. We're going to have some, as we get and finalize these plans, we're going to have to give more detail to parents of exactly what's going to look like, so that when they get to the point of having to make a decision, that they can make an informed decision. I know that's been frustrating for parents because they want a lot more information with regard to what those two plans are looking like, but we're in the process of putting those together, and hopefully we'll have those finalized in time where we can have parent forums, answer questions, and then give parents the ability to potentially just make a change in their decision. And as the survey came out, we tried to at least get the numbers by building, by grade level, by class, so that as we put this plan together of potential in person, we have what those numbers look like so that we can make the decisions on how we move things around. One of the questions that was asked frequently is, can I go back and forth? Well, I think going from in-person to online is relatively easy because there's no space requirements, there's nothing. So that will probably be a pretty easy option. If parents go online and they decide it's not working and they want to come back in person, we can try to accommodate that as much as we can. Obviously, with the reduced numbers, we may be able to do that. It's just going to be on a case-by-case basis, whether we can provide that. We have to make sure that we have all of those protocols in place, that we don't have too many people. At least in phase 4, if we get to phase 5, that could change, and realize that our plan is going to be fluid to the extent that if we go to a phase 5 or we go back to a phase 3, we're going to have to go back and forth. Right. So we tried to set up these plans such that the online component could be used, whether we have a face-to-face component with that, or it's fully online, or we have to go online for some reason, whether that's going back into phase 3, or if we had a situation where we had to quarantine and close down, that we have the ability to move back and forth relatively easily. So we're also in the process of developing a frequently asked questions document. So I've received a lot of emails from parents. I've tried to individually answer those. So we're trying to accumulate a repository of all those questions. I know our building administrators have also received a lot of questions. So we're creating a document that will hopefully share a lot of those common questions that parents have. We talked about professional development. We've already put together a plan. We're working with our teachers union so that we can come up with a plan that works for everybody, and we make sure that we have the resources available for teachers so they can get up to speed. Thankfully, we have, as I mentioned, we have a great technology department. We have an instructional support specialist, Margie Burley, who's been working with teachers over the last 4 years. So we're hoping that transition will be smoother. But it's just going to take some time, and realize this is going to be a work in progress. So as we start the year, whatever that looks like, we're going to get better as we move along, and we're going to get feedback, and we're going to do those things to try to make those modifications and those changes as needed. So the other piece is obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to update our website with all the details of our plan. We're going to have this presentation out there. We're going to have links, or at least documents that share a lot of the detail. As we went some of those individual learning plans, they were very long and very intense. So they answer a lot of the questions that were put forth in the roadmap. So we kind of trace those back. So some of those individual questions, as busing and meals and those things, are actually included in the plan as a part of the roadmap requirements, whether that was required, highly recommended, or recommended. So hopefully we're going to have those details out there. And like I mentioned, we're going to have some forums to hopefully answer questions. I would also encourage parents to email either myself, Mrs. Gillings, or any of our administrators. If you have any questions, we're always trying to answer as many questions as we can to make sure that you have the proper information. I also want to take another chance to thank all of our staff who have spent countless hours every single day, on weekends, on their off hours. This is usually the time that a lot of our staff has a vacation or has time off. And so they've really stepped up and helped us put these plans together. And all the committee work, all the volunteer work on the committees all around, whether that's a county or a district level, our parents, everybody's been great. I think we have a great group in our community. And so I just wanted to make sure that they got the thanks that they deserve for all the time that we put in trying to put this together. And it's changing every day. So just when you think we have everything figured out, there's something else that's going on. So we're trying to be as informative as we can. Unfortunately, we want to put out good information. So we want to make sure that parents have that information in a timely manner, but also in a manner that they're able to make good decisions. So it's been a lot of information. And I know we've been here for a long time. It looks going on, if I do my math, it's late, so 4 hours. So we're going to now open it to individual questions from board members. If you have those, I'll stop my share.
Steve, I have a question. It's Tracy.
Okay.
How often do you think we will be, I know the state will determine what phase we're in, but how often do you think we would reevaluate our plan? I know that some districts are coming out with marking periods, semester, end of September, monthly. What do you envision? How often do you think that we would reevaluate? If we were fully online, say, could we evaluate in a month and say, listen, the data's changed. As you said, it's changing every day. We can go back in person now, or we can do a hybrid or something. So how do you see that?
Well, so one of our challenges right now in the districts that have chose to go on fully online, one of the challenges, the seat time waiver requirement expires September 30th. So some of the districts have said they're going to reevaluate September 30th because if the state doesn't continue to grant seat time waivers, then we're going to have to make some alterations. We're hoping that that decision will be made, but unfortunately, as politics come into play, we don't really know what that's going to look like. And my understanding is that the governor's executive order powers expire at the end of September. So there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be, what happens then is then it reverts to the legislature to make the decisions. And so, we don't know what that's going to look like. So we're going to look at this every week, obviously, depending upon if we have some in-person mode to our instruction, we're going to have to look at the safety protocols every single day, every single week. How is it going? What are we doing? What do we need to modify? And if we go 100% online, then we're going to have to continually, or even with online, we're going to have some mode of evaluating our online process to make sure that it's rigorous and that it's meeting the needs for all students throughout that process. So, I can't give you a specific time, but I know that, our administrators, we talk every day, every week. We're going to have to be in constant communication at the building level, depending upon what that looks like, to make sure that we're making progress. And I'm convinced that we have great staff, and however we have to design this, we're going to get collaboration and communication with our staff to make this work.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Josh. So when you were describing those hybrid models and the different systems of cohorts, how would those sets of cohorts be decided?
So we're working through that details right now. Obviously, family is the highest priority. We want to make sure that we get all family members into the right groups. And then depending upon the class sizes, we've got pretty good, with 85% participation, we're able to look across grade levels and classrooms to look at what the numbers look like. So then we're going to have to be strategic as how we develop those cohorts. Unfortunately, we can't. It's like, I want certain teachers, we're going to do the best to honor as much of that request as if we have requests for cohorts. You might have some family babysitting issues, or you may have families that are working together to have someone help with that piece at home, so they want to coordinate. So we're going to try to do the best we can, but we haven't really determined that process yet of what those cohorts will look like and how we determine them. Susan, I don't know if you have any other.
No, that's pretty much our plan.
So Steve, I know the issue of childcare came up in a couple of comments, and we know this is a challenge for quite a few families in our community. Have we talked about Kids Connection? Or is that just, and again, I completely understand if we don't want to deal with that right now, given everything else, but I'm just wondering, what those options are, or that kind of support for families as they're trying to kind of figure out what this is going to look like?
So I've had the conversations with Jean Menema, and she's putting a plan together that if we were in a hybrid model, that we could potentially offer before and after school care for those families. It would only be on the days that they were in school. And, you know, we, unfortunately, because of the numbers, we're not going to be able to have the size of program we had before. So it may be limited in terms of having, only a certain amount. Maybe that's 30, maybe that's 40, depending upon what we can potentially deliver and make sure all the safety protocols are in place. If we went fully online, we potentially could look at the idea of having some daycare during the day, but we're not sure what that's going to look like.
And that would still be a cost, right? If we did that.
Correct. We're hoping if we had to go fully online that we would still have opportunities for students to come back, whether that's cohorts of at-risk students or special needs students, or whatever that looks like. We're hopefully being able to prepare for that if that's what we have to do.
Yeah, I worry about that financial burden. I know we've got lots of families who for different reasons are struggling, and it's I think, and I'm not going to talk to any of my fellow board members, but this has been stressful trying to think through all the options, and knowing that there feels like there is no good choice, just because we know this is really challenging in lots of different ways, and we know there are risks with all in line. We know there's risks with a hybrid model, and so I really appreciate the work you guys have done to really try to address those risks and kind of acknowledge those and figure out how to build some support structures around them. It's not ideal. I like the idea of having parents kind of making that final risk assessment for their families and for their students. But the decision might get taken out of our hands, and we might go to phase 3, and then we all have to do online again. So I appreciate the work you guys are doing to try to make sure that the online, whether it's 100% online or a hybrid, it's a robust learning experience.
I'm looking through my notes and my questions, but because I do have a couple, but other board members?
I see Greg has his hand raised.
Okay.
Yeah, I've kind of just kept quiet here and tried to absorb all the information here before I wanted to offer some thoughts here. I think for this meeting here, I know that there's been some discussions offline of what the expectation is here this evening by the board. And so before I elaborate on a multitude of topics that I'd like to talk about here, I want to make sure that, are we going to have an opportunity? I know that we can't, if we meet as a quorum, it has to be open to the public, but do we have enough time? Because as President Lemmer alluded to early on in the board meeting today, that this is the most critical decision that this board has ever had to make in its existence. And I think rushing to a decision here tonight without having further discussion amongst our board members, we're not giving it I think the weight and the time that discussion should have. So whether it's subcommittee work, or if we're able to get those together, or an advisory committee that can meet on and off with these other board members to get their thoughts rather than extending this into the wee hours of the morning here. I didn't know if that was an option that we could look at.
Well, I know we've got committee meetings scheduled next week to where we could have some of this discussion. So I do think it's good to try to talk about a timeline for approval. I know we have to approve the plan that goes to the ISD on the 10th, but beyond that, the approval for these specific plans that Steve and Susan have been explaining so well.
Well, one thing I wanted to kind of make sure that I have straight, and for those numbers are starting to dwindle, but we've got a nice big cohort of folks who've been sticking with us during this whole meeting here. And from what I'm hearing and what's basically feasible, partially because of where we are in phase 3 at the state level and even locally, that coming back in person, having everybody come back in person is not an option. That is not, as I understand it, not something that's feasible, not something that Haslett Public Schools, or frankly any school, is going to be able to do. So we are down to, will we be 100% online for everybody? And I'll put an asterisk there because I'm hearing that for some special needs students or other maybe extracurricular activities, that there may be some in-person opportunities, that it doesn't, being 100% online does not mean that nobody will ever get to set foot inside the building. And then we have what we've been discussing as hybrid, which is, as we've heard it defined and discussed tonight, typically a student would be coming in person, and this would be smaller groups of students coming in person 2 days a week, and then doing the rest of their work online, either through videos, synchronous workshop classes, et cetera. Meaning, maybe it's the teacher's live in front of them on a camera, maybe it's videos they're doing on their own time, et cetera. And I want to also make sure that I'm clear that if we're in a position to offer the hybrid, meaning some students are coming into the building sometimes, we are not making a person choose the hybrid option. That students, well, their families will have the choice to say, I don't feel comfortable with that. I want my child to be learning 100% online. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay. So whether, going back to your question, Greg, about whether or not we're going to make any kind of decision tonight, I feel like we're in a position we can be communicating to the community what's not going to happen. We're not all 100% going to be in-person instruction come the fall. And we're also not going to require anybody to come into a building if they're not feeling comfortable or safe to do that, for whatever those personal reasons are. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that is a fair representation here of what's been discussed here today, President Lemmer. I just wanted to add a little bit more onto the total online for the special needs. It goes beyond that, and this is the topics that I wasn't going to get into, but I think they bear mentioning now. Just really briefly here is that it was mentioned by a couple of the doctors here, Dr. Bennett, Dr. Taunt, about the mental wellness of these kids here who have been home online, right? And so you're going to find this shocking here, but I am really concerned about the safety and the physical needs of the students, as we all are here. It's been my platform from getting on the board, and I'm going to hold true to it here tonight as well, is that you have a lot of these professional organizations that we're talking about, the American Association or Academy of Pediatrics, you have the CDC, everybody who's recommending kids come back to school, and they all focus here on the mental and social needs that the school provides, for mental health needs that are provided by that school. So I think how you characterized it, if that's the limit to which we're going to characterize it tonight, then I'm comfortable with that. So.
Well, Tammy, if I can add a nuance to what a lot of these organizations are talking about, they also talk about the decision to come back to school, and what that looks like is a community decision, and it's based on what the community COVID circumstances look like. It's based on the number of cases, the level of transmission. It is, when they talk about it as being desirable, they talk about it as to what the community can support. And when you look at what has been successful in some of the European nations, they are all in communities that have controlled transmission of the virus. they've all gotten their metrics to a certain point. They're below 3% on positive testing. They've got their R number down so that each case is transmitting to less than one person. So that's what success has looked like in being able to get back to full on in-person and whatnot. And that's why I was raising the questions of wanting more robust knowledge from our local health departments about what our community COVID transmission circumstances look like. And until we have that, we probably cannot support any sort of full presence in the classroom. Can we support some level of hybrid? Probably, though I would be more comfortable with more robust knowledge of what our area truly looks like. But I think what you've characterized, Tammy, I would agree with, but I'm also thinking that by the time we get around to the 10th, our community has to know precisely what is going to be offered.
Yeah.
We are we, point of fact, offering a hybrid circumstance? Our teachers need to know what to be ready for, what to be prepared for. So we have to keep moving forward. And we are going to have a facilities committee next week, so we can have more conversation there too.
Yeah, and we have a policy committee meeting on Monday. And, you know, I think especially Steve, I think you were saying, and again, you haven't looked to kind of assign kids to classrooms to see how that all breaks out by grade and by building, but that the numbers were maybe somewhere around 10 kids or so in a classroom, which is about what that guideline is about 10 people or so in a room with masks, you know, to still be safe. So, you know, I've shared with some of you the personal experience. You know, my two younger ones at different points have gone to camps this summer. They were in person. They all had to wear a mask except when they were in their classroom. They were able to take them off, but they all had their own set of supplies. They had to wear their mask anytime they went outside the classroom. They had a screening every day. They had their temperature taken when I dropped them off. You know, and again, somebody was talking about how case studies aren't really helpful, but, you know, my anecdotal evidence has been, and as far as I know for this place that's been having camps all summer, they've done pretty well. They were able to keep it to 10 kids or fewer. So I think there's some good lessons out there. We know a lot of our daycares in different capacities have been open since this began to provide support to our essential workers who had to go in person. So while we don't have great population level data on some of the risks, we have at least some people who have had some success so far in our community and might be able to give us a little bit of insight as well as far as the lessons that they've learned. So I think, again, I think it's a risk every family needs to evaluate for them and their kids. And that's really the challenge, is that we could do everything right and still have a, you know, a positive case and some exposures. But it's really, everybody needs to make a decision, which is why right now, as of right now, I like having some options. Sorry, Josh.
Nope, just waiting my turn. That's all.
Sorry.
I know how hard it is in these meetings to, you know, get your spot to talk.
It's late. I didn't mean to shut up.
No, I was not trying to rush you at all. That's not my intention. I mean, this is a huge decision, and one, I mean, it's a unbalanced problem because we have to, one, make a decision so that we have time to plan, and then also, two, make a decision, but with having the time to fully consider the decision. I think I counted through my notes that, you know, we listened to 34 members of the community tonight. We had, I think, max 335 people on this call listening to this.
339 was the top number I saw.
I missed it. I got so close. I was keeping an eye on it. And, you know, I think it would be difficult, at least for myself personally, to make a rushed decision tonight. Now, we're talking about the timelines that we have to work in. I don't know if this is if it's something that could happen. I mean, we have committee meetings for both of the committees scheduled next week. If people are available, are we allowed to bump that up to this week? And if that's true, are we able to schedule a emergency board meeting for next Monday with the purpose of making this decision, so that we get 1 week ahead of the 10th, which is our already scheduled meeting?
Josh, so long as we give adequate notice of the meetings, we could do that.
Okay.
And I would
I know we love
suggest,
meeting. It's only been
and
4.5 hours.
I don't want to cut in front of any of board members, but my suggestion would be if we want to talk in the committee meetings, that we move those up as soon as we can, so that we can get the input or the information to you, so we can make that decision as quickly as possible.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think in terms of scheduling a special meeting for next Monday, that seems feasible and gives us a little more time to digest. It gives our staff a little more time to fine tune some of those, I guess I don't want to call them unanswered questions, but the information gathering that is still underway. The question as to whether you all have time to reschedule your committee meetings in the next 4 days. I don't have my bylaws in front of me. I think it's 24-hour notice.
Correct.
Steve's nodding. Okay. To make, because those subcommittee meetings are technically public meetings as well. So I leave that up to the logistics of all of you within your committees. But I am open to and very willing to convene a meeting next Monday, the 3rd, where we can give the definitive answer to our community.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for any of my fellow board members, but I mean, this is a very important topic. This is a very important choice. I know we have day-to-day responsibilities for both work and life and everything else, but it doesn't really matter what time it is this week. I will be available.
I agree.
So it sounds like there's some willingness to meet as committees this week. We'll do some juggling of schedules for everybody. And we'll also, I'll publicly announce a special meeting of the board for 7 p.m. Monday, August 3rd, with the agenda item being our, whatever we're calling it, our responsive return to work. What return to work? Sorry, that's my brain is usually the other 10 hours a day, the return to school plan. One thing, just another comment that I want to raise, it came up in some of the comments. I'm not sure we've necessarily reiterated it collectively as a board. But yes, our mission is to provide educational opportunities which enable students of all aspirations and abilities to grow and learn. I just happen to have access to the writing very close to me. And so the conversation has really been around the students and the student needs, as it should be, but I do want to acknowledge the safety and the health of our faculty and staff as well. We cannot ignore that piece of the puzzle. And as has been mentioned, it seems like there's data both ways on whether kids are carriers or not, or how prevalent is it and how lethal is it, and et cetera, et cetera. And I sound flip, and I don't mean to be flip, but the risk for our teachers and staff, there is no question that they are at higher risk than our students are. And I just don't want us to lose sight of that as well. Fortunately, we do have some staff, some who are on the call or on the meeting tonight, who say, I am willing and able, I am ready, I consider myself lower risk, or I am scientifically at lower risk. I'm willing to step up and be there in person. And so I value that, I honor that, and I appreciate that. But some of it is also the numbers. And, we need to weigh how many of those staff do we have, as was mentioned, how do we really truly confirm and identify the people who are ready, willing, and able to be in person versus those who can't or shouldn't or don't want to be, and match that with the number of students who are interested in some level of in-person instruction, which again, we need to make it clear that at this point in time, there is no student who's going to be in the classroom 100% of the time?
I think that's the really key feasibility question in all of this. Is can we appropriately staff our grades, our classes, based on risk and concern, and so somehow matching up that staff survey and that anxiety with clearly what we're hearing from parents and families of some sort of in-person. How do we make that work?
So it sounds like we need to beg the continued patience of our community, but we want to make an informed decision that's going to be in the best interest of the most people. Before we move off of this agenda item then, I just want to make sure, were there any other questions, either questions that got raised in the comments, questions that we have been hearing from community members, questions that Steve, you and Susan have heard, or other administrators? The parent family support piece, I'm not saying you need an answer for that, but that's an area I would like to hear more about. What does that look like? You mentioned, Molly, that the daycare is just a teeny tiny little piece of that. Most of us are not professional teachers, Tracy notwithstanding. So again, what can we do? I want to acknowledge, we've used the Band-Aid approach terminology, and I think, that's fair. It was not the best case scenario. We as a district were better prepared than many, many others in the area because we had been talking about online learning and blended learning. So I'm grateful for that. But this is going to be much more, dare I say, organized, methodical, structured. And so I think people who didn't have the best experience this spring will have a better experience this fall. I feel confident of that. And I think there's definitely a desire for choice, and I feel like we're trying to give our community those choices.
Tammy?
Yes.
I think one thing we should address a bit when we're in committee is the criteria for action. So if we provide some amount of in-classroom instruction, what do you do? We need to know what our decision points are going to be for when you have a student or you have a staff member who actually tests positive, or you have student or staff or multiples who seem to have symptoms and have been sent home or aren't in the buildings, aren't in the classroom because of that. We're going to need to develop some action points, decision points, if we're going to provide in-classroom instruction.
And Karen, the guidance that Susan mentioned earlier that was it's been discussed from AM County Health Department, that's actually part of what's in that guidance document. So it was the medical directors for local public health and the administrative officers working on that kind of guidance that would go back to their local school districts, because we are definitely not the only one asking those questions. My understanding is that the draft was completed and submitted to MDHHS for their review and any comment at the end of last week. But I will try to email some of the medical directors I know that were involved and see if there's an update on when that guidance will be available, because they're trying to have some consistent guidance that could go out to all the schools.
Yeah, it would be nice to have that as we make this kind of a decision, as to particularly as we approach flu season. It's just going to get really difficult. And also just a technical question, when we call a special meeting, we can only discuss whatever topic we've designated for that special meeting. Is that the case?
Our guidance from Dr. Green seemed like we had a little more flexibility, but in practice, if you should be discussing what the purpose of the meeting was called for.
Okay.
So, and I think all of us, especially after now almost 5-hour meeting, we want to keep it as short and sweet as possible. Or at least let's say we want to keep it as limited as possible, that the sole conversation will be our return to whatever plan. Responsive return to school plan.
Okay.
The other thing, again, is in terms of this, additional fact finding or filling in the gaps that may still remain. Hearing from some of the physicians who have reached out. Thank you to those of you who are on the call. I know there were different schools of thought and arguments made for and against in person versus 100% online. I am a little concerned that we were hearing from people who've reached out to offer assistance or guidance, and it sounds like they may not have been contacted. And I'm not saying we should have necessarily convened a physician task force, but I think we should have at least followed up with the individuals who reached out. So I guess, Steve, if you could follow up, excuse me, on the status of those individuals and let them know we do appreciate their commitment to our schools and the assistance they want to offer. It's my understanding we had physicians involved with some of the planning groups, as well as was referenced people from the health department, et cetera. But when people are reaching out to offer their assistance, I want to make sure that they're being acknowledged and not, I don't know if it was just an oversight, but I'd like to see us close that gap, please.
Thank you, Tammy. I support that suggestion as well there. And just in the past few minutes, thanks to technology, the Ingham County Health Officer is awaiting our call. They have the information that we're after. So.
Excellent. Good. All right, so we won't tie up time tonight with the rescheduling of the committee meetings. We'll leave that up to you. But are we wrapping up this discussion item for the evening?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you.
Yes.
I will echo the thanks that have gone out to our staff, administrators. Again, the summer is theoretically that downtime, although I know teachers do a lot more work over the summer than the general public either acknowledges or wants to admit. But our folks have gone extraordinarily above and beyond this summer in being pretty much constantly available and putting in time and energy and effort into these planning meetings and the development of documents, et cetera. So again, I want to thank everybody, our staff and administrators for the time and diligence that you've been spending on this. There have been a lot of questions in the community. There's been a lot of work going on behind the scenes that unfortunately the public didn't see or recognize. I don't think that was intentionally, trying to be secretive. I think it was just the factor of needing to meet virtually and doing business in a different way. So again, we're appreciative of the work that's being done, and the community will be seeing those fact sheets, these documents, and other supporting materials on the website imminently. So I will move on to board reports, and I am feeling foggy brained. I can't remember if you had a meeting, policy and personnel. Do you have a report to make?
Yes, so we met July 14th, so almost 2 weeks ago. Most of our discussion was around the return to school plans and the survey results we had at the time from the initial parent survey. And Associate Superintendent Jillings went over the beginning parts of the plans that she showed tonight, and went over the, at that time, the committee meetings that were planned for that week and what the goals of those meetings were going to be. We also discussed an update on the bond and the work that's being done this summer, as well as a budget update, and kind of that we still aren't sure what the budget's going to be, since we don't have a budget for fiscal year 21 from the state yet. So I think those were the main topics.
Thank you. So we'll go to finance and facilities, which I assume was very similar.
Yes, we had a committee meeting also, and it was very similar. We spent a lot of time talking about the process for developing the return to school plan.
Thank you. So next on board reports, it's not yet a formal committee of the board, but there's been some work being done, and there was a reference to it in the public comments. The Haslett's Voices for Change group. It's a group of fairly recent young alumni of Haslett Public Schools, some students of color and some white allies who have brought to the forefront some questions and concerns they've had about the culture of inclusivity, respect at, in particular, Haslett High School, but also some of their experiences as younger students as well. And Secretary Wheeler and I had the opportunity to meet with a small group of those students with, I believe there's at least one parent, as well as pretty much all of our administrators, including the building principals. And I just wanted to thank that group of students for bringing this information to us, their concerns to us. We referenced it at a previous meeting, but I think the meeting that we had with them approximately a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now, felt very positive to me. And I am very optimistic that through their work as recent alumni and work that we're committing to do in terms of Haslett's equity plan across all of our buildings, that we will see that culture of inclusivity and respect that one of our commenters, Dr. Saccone, mentioned earlier. So I don't know, Ms. Wheeler, did you have anything you'd like to share? The one thing I'll add, sorry, was there is some proposed language, a board policy change language that will be going before the Policy and Personnel Committee meeting. I guess that'll be a brief part of your agenda. But we do want to move forward with some change that just is very explicit in terms of the importance of culture and inclusivity as it relates to the learning environment for our students.
Yes, and that's all I was going to add, was the policy and personnel discussing the change in the agenda, but also how organized the meeting was, and the alumni students who came forward and spoke very clearly of experiences at Haslett Public Schools and how they, you know, as a school board, we need to be held accountable for how we are making changes to impact this cause that's so important.
Thank you. Yeah, the accountability across the board from board members in terms of the policy making role that we have, but also in our role in working with the superintendent, and then all the way down through our buildings and through our students and our community, and making issues of diversity and inclusivity being not less of an afterthought and more of an active, engaged part of how we're educating.
Right.
So I don't know if anyone had any questions about that or some of the steps moving forward.
Is there another meeting scheduled?
There is not, but we will be having representatives come before the full board to do a presentation in one of the two meetings in August, and I think probably the 24th, but we haven't narrowed that down yet.
Thank you.
All right, we are actually then at the items from board members. And we may all be too exhausted to talk anymore. I'll just reiterate so that it's reflected, again, our thank you to our staff and administrators who've been working so hard. And thank you to all the community members who participated in this evening's meeting and who have been actively engaged in asking questions throughout the process and participating in task forces, work groups, etc. All right, I'm not hearing or seeing any additional comments, so we will move on to consent agenda. As usual, I will read through the items. If anyone needs anything pulled, please indicate that. Item number 1, approval of minutes of the July 13th, 2020 regular board meeting. Item number 2, approval of minutes of the July 14th, 2020 policy personnel committee meeting. Number 3, approval of minutes from the July 15th, 2020 Finance and Facilities Committee meeting. Item number 4, the bank depository and bank signature resolutions. It's an annual kind of a administrative task. Number 5, appointment of legal counsel, requesting the board retain Troon Law Firm to handle the district's legal matters. Item number 6, designation of official publications, specifically the Community News Town Courier, but also giving us the opportunity to keep the State Journal as an option. Item number 7, preliminary loan application related to the school bond loan fund. We heard Finance Director Jensen talk about last time. Item number 8, approval of board member conference attendance for fiscal year 2021. And item number 9, format change for the August 10th meeting. Just basically, we had announced it as a work session to begin at 5:30, and we're shifting that to a regular board meeting starting at 7. Whew. Anyone need any of those items pulled for clarification or further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
Tammy, this is Karen. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Motion by East. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Wheeler. Any discussion, questions? All in favor of accepting the consent agenda, please. Oh, shoot, I need to do a roll call. Ms. Wheeler? Do you vote in favor? Thank you. Ms. Palvarento?
Yes.
Ms. East?
Yes.
Mr. Mashad?
Yes.
Ms. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Maury?
Yes.
And Tammy, I vote yes. Did I get everybody?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. It is late, folks. Announcements. Policy person, oh shoot, well, this is no longer accurate. Policy and Personnel Committee will be meeting sometime this week, date and time to be determined and will be published accordingly. And since we did just approve the format change, the next meeting of the Board of Ed will be August 10th at 7 p.m. Again, that will be a virtual meeting. So watch the website or the app for the Zoom links. Motion to adjourn, please.
I move we adjourn.
Motion by, second by Paul Varento. Any discussion? No. All in favor? I think I can. So can we just go by unanimous consent? We're all
Right.
very good. Motion carries. Thanks, everybody.